best not miss. Shout out to all of my people. Salute. Salute. This is turning into kind of a dreary week. Kind of a dreary week. Is that the word, dreary? Like the rain, things like that? Dreary? Is that what it is? It's turning into that. Shout out to all of my people on TikTok rocking with us. I am in the process of getting myself back together. I am in the process of getting myself back together. Shout out to my girl Summer supporting the show. I'm really busy a lot. I'm really busy a lot. I have things going on. Like I don't really have any spare time. My hours make sure that we have. Yes, I always have something that I could be doing with my time. Right? Something towards building the things that I'm building. Yeah, I agree with that, Claire. Tragic week. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I haven't felt this way in a long time, because I'm really busy all of the time. And I'm talking about for some years, I've been really busy trying to build things. So when you're really busy to that magnitude, your mind isn't on the things that are taking place in society as much, right? You're not experiencing some of the societal things, the to and fro, bumping into this person, things of that magnitude. And this week has shown me that I have been oblivious. I have been tunnel vision because there's some things that are occurring that I forgot about. I was very well educated upon them, but I forgot about these things. Some of you may have seen the post that I put up about Charlie Kirk that got snatched down. I started out by saying, I do not take any rejoice in this man losing his life, especially him being 31 years old. The things that he did that irritated me, at 31 years old, you potentially still have enough time to grow out of those things, develop new experiences, maybe start, viewing things a little bit different, maybe start saying things a little bit better, right? More respectful. I've been so busy these last few years to where there are things that we have all experienced. There's things that we all are very well aware of that slipped my mind because I was too busy to even encounter these things. It was racism. It was racism. What I'm telling you guys is that was a wake-up call for me, right? Getting called the NIGGER, the hard R, on my live streams, things like that, right? Go back to where you came from. Well, a lot of the things that were said was true. You'll never be equal here. We are superior to things like that. It's been a long time since I had to confront those truths because I've been so busy. But it was refreshing because my guard is back up now. I did not know that I had so many white, followers. I didn't know. I didn't know. I think I got close to 80,000 on in Instagram. But I'm busy. I'm busy. I don't have time to see who's following me and things like that. a lot of hate came from there. I'm talking about nigger, hard ER. It was refreshing though, because I've been so busy, I think it slipped my mind, and it had been so long of a time since I had thought about the circumstances in which we live in. It's just the African American experience, period. So it's not something that I'm like, that exists? No. African American people will always be ranked second to third class citizens in America. We are not equal. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how much money you have. The money is good. It makes it better. And then someone spoke to me. Listen, racism is real, but we always have to rise above and take the high road. I don't really believe in that. I don't really believe in that. I believe there's going to be a clash. I think there will be a necessary clash, right? I believe that there will be a significant amount of African American bloodshed, but I believe even that will be necessary, right? Because this world we live in, I don't want to live in it. I don't want to know for a fact. I'm going to show you guys some things today. Hey, I'm with you, Summer. I'm with you, Summer. I'm going to show you guys something today to show you where black people rank in America. Shout out to my bro Joe in this situation rocking with us. You already know what it is, brother. It has been a long time since I've been called a nigger on a mass level, one after another, after the other, after the other. Some of them stayed in the chat because I said that to me, Charlie Kirk preached aspects of hate, and I stand firm on that. I told you guys in yesterday's show the issue that I took up with Carter. I think Charlie Kirk was an amazing white human being for white America. I think if you are white and you look at Charlie Kirk, you can say my hero. He appears to love God. He speaks about God a lot. I believe, as far as white America, he is a model citizen. I believe that. The issue I take is the things that he says about black America. What I was telling you guys yesterday was one thing that I take big issue with. I'm against DEI. I think it is incentivized. I think black people's worst mistakes were taking gifts from the American government. You can never receive something from somebody that is, you're not going to have to pay something back. People are going to usually expect something back. I believe that DEI, even though, what is it, like 30% of DEI hirees, I think, if I'm not mistaken, are black people, around 70% are white women. The issue that I take up, let me make this clear first. The issue that I have with DEI is it compels people to not continue on reaching for greatness. You should not want things for nothing. You should not want things given to you. That is mediocre levels of drive. You should not want people just handing you anything. You should want to turn into something that allows you to acquire those things as a reward for what you turned yourself into. Everything that the black community has ever received from American government turned out to come back and bite us. Look what Section 8 did to us. Look what food stamps did to us, right? Lord Commander, my brother, I appreciate you. Kirk will be their MLK. No, he'll be greater than that. He'll be much greater than that. Charlie Kirk already said Martin Luther King wasn't that great of a man. I'm about to show you guys something. I'm about to show you. A lot of times you guys see that I typically have titles of the show, and they're pretty strong, right? Uh, some forms of clickbait put emphasis on it. The title of today's show is real. The title of today's show is real. Like my brother Brandon said, now wait to see the excuses come up for and the handling of the shooting suspect. Two Americas on display, 1,000%. See, because the guy who even did it, that's one of America's babies. Oh. Look at him. Pure right Christian, right? So they don't want one of theirs to be done. That's that boy is almost a teenager. He's 21 years old, 22. We know how 22-year-old Caucasian Americans get treated in America. They get patted on the butt. He didn't know what he was doing and this and that. He got a hold to some radicalism, that stuff right there. But see, they're stuck between a tough spot right now. Charlie Kirk is their God. And all of the hell they raised, even attempting to start a race war, all of the hell they raised about his DEATH, now they're in a place to where all of the hell that they raised about it, they have to stand firm on the business. But the business they have to stand on will be crucifying one of their own. This is going to be tricky, people. This is going to be tricky. Did you hear what the governor of Utah said? The governor of Utah said, I prayed and I prayed and I prayed and I prayed that the shooter was somebody from another country or somebody from another state. My prayers were not answered. It was one of our own. See, that's how America operates. They need their images to be squeaky clean. Even though the world knew that there wasn't a black man that did this. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys right now, if there was a black man that was responsible for Charlie Kirk's passing, buildings would still be on fire right now. They'd still be on fire. There are people who are actually disappointed that the person who took Charlie Kirk's life wasn't black. There are people who are disappointed now. You know how we know this? We know this because when he passed, even though everybody, all of the statistics suggest this wasn't a black man, 5 historically black colleges still got bomb threats. The racism that I experienced recently, I was proud of it because I became foolish. I became ignorant. I became complacent thinking that I'm busy. Every day I'm busy for like the last 4 years. Busy. So I don't get a chance to encounter the things that remind us where we're at, right? But that was really refreshing to me. In my head, I said, what were you thinking? You know better than to get comfortable in America. You know who you are here. And when I hosted that live stream and I saw nigger, all of those things, I was like, that's what I'm talking about. We need to be reminded where we're at. It's how we stay safe, right? I want to show you guys something. Those of you who are on, well, you'll be able to read. I'm going to read it. I want to show you guys what's taking place. I want to show you guys, those of you who think blacks and whites and the togetherness and all of the things like that, I think we do that because there's an appearance of safety. There's an appearance of safety. Nobody wants violence. A lot of black people are really, really scared of violence and things like that, which is why when we see someone get done extremely badly by the police or something like that, we force ourselves to say, well, yeah, but what did he do? We do that because if we know he did nothing at all, then a call to action is warranted. And it's up to people like us to go handle business in some shape or form. If we see a 12-year-old kid get billy whooped by police with billy clubs for no reason, and the kid was just sitting on the playground sucking a lollipop, then as the men of the African American community, that is a call of duty to get up and go react, right? Same way they do in the white community. But black men have been trained into being so terrified of confrontation with white America to where instead of that, when we see it on TV, we say, yeah, but I know they didn't just do that for anything. What did the young boy do? We do that to clear our conscience from the fact that we know we're cowards. African American men are cowards. Yeah, I can prove what I'm saying. I've done this show before. Most African American men in America are cowards, like the dictionary definition of cowards. You know, we stand back and we watch police beat the hell. See, white people don't do it. I agree with a lot of the ways white society functions. But they are the people who other people have been taught to fear. So when they execute a call to action, they actually have nobody to say, but if we do it, they gonna do this and that to us, because they are the they. So they don't have a boogeyman to fear. Black people know that if we even defend ourselves, they will impute high level penalties and repercussions on us, right? We've been taught this. We've been trained to know this. From Rosewood, African Americans used to get hands tied behind their backs with rope. All of the people of the town would be notified. Bring your kids, bring your family, and watch this man get castrated, balls cut off in front of the town square, then he get hanged, right? So there's been high levels of fear instilled in black people to the tune to where we think it preposterous to even defend ourselves. A person can have a GUN pointed at us. A police officer have a GUN pointed at us and tell us he's going to blow our brains out, right? And he'll say, get on the ground, open your mouth so I can put this GUN in your mouth. And we do it because we're thinking that if we comply, that it will reduce the level of conflict that we're about to experience. We're that terrified of conflict. We've been trained to be terrified of conflict. If you don't believe me, have you guys ever been to the bank or even seen a police officer? You're like, he or she looks too old to even pick up their GUN. Back slumped over, right? Back slumped over, gray mustache, solid white hair, like 70 years old, right? You know why that police officer is still effective? Because how we've been trained to fear that uniform. We've always been told if you do something to someone in that uniform, you will be in that gas chamber if you make it to the gas chamber, right? And that fear has kept us from being productive. That fear has kept us from, plantation trauma, 100%. I'm about to show you guys something that is the curve of what I'm talking about. I'm about to show you guys something. These people are about to attempt to make us worship Charlie Kirk. They're about to force us to recognize their hero as our hero. You don't believe me? This is Representative Clay Higgins. He says this: I am going to use congressional authority and every influence with big tech platforms to mandate an immediate ban for life of every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If they ran their mouth with their smart-ass hatred celebrating the heinous life-taking of that beautiful young man who dedicated his whole life to delivering respectful, conservative truth into the hearts of liberal enclave universities, armed only with a Bible and his microphone and a constitution, those profiles must come down. The way that he just described Charlie Kirk, he is about to attempt to make us view Charlie Kirk in the same way. I think that's worse than Charlie Kirk's death itself. Actually, I know it is. It goes against the Constitution. Who you believe to be an amazing, beautiful man who dedicated his life to the respectful truth. Even those like people like me who don't believe that. We are about to be forced to where whenever we speak his name, either we speak it in a respectful level without no condemnation, without bringing any of the things we believe are flaws of his, or our social media accounts will be banned for life. Hold on. So I'm going to lean forward in this fight, demanding that big tech companies have zero tolerance for violent political hate content. The user to be banned from all platforms forever. I'm also going to, listen to me, I'm also going after their business licenses and permitting their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked out from every school and their driver's license should be revoked. I'm basically going to cancel with extremely prejudice these evil, sick animals who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. So what he's doing is he's attempting to take away anyone's right to say that they disagreed with Charlie Kirk. I think that post right there was worse than Charlie Kirk's death itself. You will view our heroes as your heroes. That's what he's saying. I thought some of the things that Charlie Kirk was doing was preaching hate towards the black community. I think he was an amazing man for the white community. I truly believe that with my heart. I believe he was someone to be modeled after and all of that for the white community. But the things that he said about the black community weren't something that an African American could look up to. And like I told you guys, Summer said he celebrated the demise of our people. Let me point out an amazing example for you. He's telling us that no one will be allowed to disrespect Charlie Kirk's name on social media, or they will be banned from social media forever. Their driver's license will be taken down. They should be kicked out of every school, right? Yet Charlie Kirk did that very same thing to somebody we love and hold more dear than Charlie Kirk. He basically said Martin Luther King wasn't a great man. So, according to your theory, what should happen to Charlie Kirk when he said that? Should his platform have been taken? This is why I tell you guys, it is very important you never forget where you're at. It is very important that you never forget where you're at. I want to show you guys something. What in the world? What the heck happened? The heck? How did that get way over there? Douche mania? I want to show you guys something. Just in, Pete Hegseth said that the Pentagon is tracking all employees and military personnel who celebrated or mocked the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I think we should just stop saying that we have freedom of speech. I think just stop it, because it sounds stupid. One contradicts the other. My question is, how come nobody has ever reached out then and said, when we hear people saying nigger on social media, betting their accounts? I got called about 10 different niggers the other night on my own live. You will never be home here. You will always be under a ceiling to where you're okay as long as you stay in your place. Shut up and dribble. That's the existence that we live here. Shut up and dribble. You can have some of the most amazing white friends, all of that. Some of the most amazing white friends, long as you stay in your place. Like me, what I would suggest anybody, because you can't turn around and just disassociate from all white people, because I know I have about 3 white people in my life who, one of them, there's nobody who can put their hands on him out here while I'm out here, right? But as far as having to seed and weed through all of the people on your social media accounts and go through life experiences with them to see if they're really your friends, it, I'm not willing to go through all of that. The people who support my page, I respect it, all of that. But I want to give white Americans a glimpse inside of Black America. Out of around 79,000 subscribers on Instagram, haven't had any problems. Imagine this. Anybody can follow me. Anybody can follow me. And it's all good. I get a lot of support on my posts and things like that. But you must realize that my content is predominantly holding Black men and Black women accountable and teaching ways for us to grow and get closer to each other. Somebody told me the other night, bro, because I didn't know I had that many white supporters. I didn't know. Didn't have a clue. There's probably a couple thousand, maybe. And then somebody told me on that live when they were calling me niggers, bro, they probably come to your page for the entertainment of how you condemn Black women's behavior and Black men's behavior. I had never thought about that. Because I hold Black men and Black women to the fire. My point is this. It's kind of hot up in here. My point is this. The moment that I put a post up, not even a violent post, not even a bad post, out of the woodwork, it was nigger this and nigger that. Of course, I'm aware that I live in America. Somehow, over the last 3 years, I got so busy to where I wasn't socializing a lot. I wasn't, so I didn't have an opportunity to experience any of the things that usually cause us to realize where we're at and where our place is in society. But when I put that post up, that was a refresher course. Go back to Africa, things like that, right? And I love that type of stuff. I think we should all get called the N-word every once in a while just to remind us where we're at, just to keep you from getting too complacent with people, right? I think it goes back to what the woman said. Told LeBron when LeBron tried to express his opinion. I forget what he was trying to express his opinion. It wasn't political, but I forget what it was. That I don't know if it was a MSNBC, no, Fox representative said, "Shut up and dribble." Like, that's what your worth is. We don't want to hear any of your opinions. Go dunk that basketball. And so every once in a while, man, you need a refresher course that will remind you where you at and what your place is in this society. I've told you guys, I don't plan on living here forever. You'll never be free here. You'll never have the same rights. That's one of the issues that I took up with Charlie Kirk when he said that there's no such thing as white privilege. He's too intelligent. He's entirely too intelligent. Charlie Kirk read 100 books a year. Very intelligent man. So I don't know why he said that. I don't think there's one person in America who believes that. I can't go get caught with some crack and receive the same penalties as a white person who has the same record as I do. It's not going to happen. So that's pretty much the issues that I took up with Charlie Kirk. Yeah. What I'm telling you is this. I love you back, sweetie. Love you back. Listen, who was that? Kevin Harrison said they use your content to shame blacks on their lives, right? I don't know if they go to that extent, but I'm pretty sure with all of the white supporters that I have, I was shocked. I was shocked to find out I had that many white followers. I was shocked, right? Because look at the content of my channel, which is the issue that I took up with Charlie Kirk. You guys saw the show yesterday where I ran down all of the stats of the crimes that are taking place in the white community, right? That they dominate in. The Caucasian community has the highest ratings of violence in America, the highest ratings of RAPEs, right? I think around 67%. The highest ratings of children being touched. Just recently, they had a man and his boyfriend who got arrested because the two adopted children they were, right? And that just recently also, there was a man and his wife. The woman's 11-year-old child is pregnant now, right? So my issue with Charlie Kirk is that some of the things he said about the African American community are true. But have you guys noticed this? Have you ever noticed? I don't speak on any of the issues in the white community. I don't care. Right? Out of 3.5 years worth of doing this, have you guys noticed that you don't hear me what white America needs to do this and needs to? I don't do it because my time is spent on helping my brothers and sisters become all they can be. And there's Latinos and white people who seek dating advice. They can benefit from the show, right? It's more than welcome. I'm good with it, right? There's no issue at all because there's more than just dating advice. There's viable information that is passed through this channel. But I never understood where after all of those things that I mentioned that are taking place in the white community that are high level bad things. Here's where I would respect Charlie Kirk so much more. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. If Charlie Kirk had have done this one thing, I would be pissed off at any black person who I heard condemning any of his brand, right? If he had did just this one thing, if I could go to his platform and see the equal amount of content condemning those things that are taking place in the white community as we got to see the content of his condemning the black community. That was my biggest gripe. I couldn't understand how myself personally, I knew all of these things were taking place in the white community. And I couldn't understand how he was skipping over those things. They're really bad things. How can you skip over the children being touched? How can you skip over the 67% violent rate? How can you skip over the 70% child abuse? How can you skip over all of these things and say, you know what, I'm going to ignore those things that are taking place in my community? But listen, the black community, that's crazy to me. We know that I'm up here right now practicing what I preach because you never hear me addressing anything that goes on in the white community. So I was oblivious to how the black community is the fundamental talking points of his show. I can't understand it. It means you must be intentionally hiding the dirt that takes place in your community to make your community look so much better than ours. It's the only thing that I could come up with. Only thing. If I had have ever heard Charlie Kirk saying, look who took Charlie Kirk out. Another white person. This show isn't going to be about that. We're about to pivot on. I sat and listened to all of the events of the past couple of days, but when I saw Kirk's coffin being loaded onto Air Force Two, it really sickened me to my stomach. Elaborate. Tell me what you meant by that, brother. You talking about from a perspective of empathy or sadness that he was, I don't know. Shout out to Obi in this situation. Where would you be freer than the U.S.? I think we might share two different definitions of freedom, right? Freedom is when you feel love. Freedom is when you feel free. I think everybody in America knows they're not free. African Americans can't get too far out of line here in America without, um, America is an absolutely amazing and phenomenal place to extract resources uh, that will benefit your life, right? But everybody knows African Americans' place in America. We are not firsthand citizens here. They just tried to start a race war when everybody in the world knew that the person who took Charlie Kirk's life was not a black person. It's not one of our crimes. We don't do it, right? And listen, okay, so I'll do you better than that. Who said that? Where in the world? So, Claire, I'm going to ask you this. If the person that took Charlie Kirk's life was white and we all knew it, why would 5 historically black colleges get bomb threats? Right? Black people have been running and running and running and running away from conflict with white America since I've been alive. And there's almost nowhere else to run. Now they're about to make us worship somebody because they hold him dear. I've never heard that suggested about Martin Luther King. I've never heard that suggested. We know there's a lot of hate conversation that takes place about Martin Luther King online. I'll put it this way. Here's what I'm saying to you. You can't name me a black great individual who any white person has ever defended. If I catch you making fun of that person's death or disparaging remarks about that person online, your driver's license will be taken. No, see what I'm saying? And I think what white America has to understand, as much as you guys love your own heroes, we feel that, if not more, about ours. So how can you force us to view your heroes as our heroes? For those of you who are just now coming in, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. This is what's taking place right now. Representative Clay Higgins. I'm going to use congressional authority to influence the big tech platforms to mandate an immediate ban for life of every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If they ran their mouth with their smart-ass hatred celebrating the heinous murder of that beautiful young man. Why do I have to view him as a beautiful young man just because you do? You see how crazy this is getting? What if I want to view him as he ain't shit? Which, that's not my stance on him. I believe he was a great white American for white America. I really believe that. I believe that he was a huge benefit to white America. I believe he was loving when it comes to white America. I believe he was a standout citizen as it comes to white America. I believe that most white Americans, if Charlie Kirk did not have a vocabulary as it pertains to black America, I believe most white Americans should be very close to his behavior. Right? Now, back to reality. How can you force me to look at him like beautiful Charlie? How can you force me to view him as that beautiful young man who dedicated his whole life to delivering respectful truths? I stand to disagree that that's what was taking place. So you're forcing me, when I hear him say Martin Luther King was not as good of a man as Clarence Thomas, you're forcing me to view him as a beautiful man for saying that, who was speaking the truth. Is that what you're doing? I got to read this because a lot of you aren't paying attention. So I am going to lean into this fight, demanding that big tech have zero tolerance for violent political hate content. The users be banned from all platforms forever. I'm also going to go after their business licenses, their permits. Permitting their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked out from every school, and their driver's license should be revoked. I'm basically going to cancel you with extreme prejudice. So the high levels of love that you feel for him, we have to feel for him. That post right there is worse than Charlie Kirk's death itself. That is a violation of human decency. That is basically you taking a computer chip, putting it in us, and telling us how to feel how you feel and how to view things how you view things. I've never heard anything like that. I think he should be arrested for even making a statement like that. If there was ever a time to arm up, it would be for something like this. I've never heard anything like that. You're going to use congressional powers to tell people how they should think? That beautiful young man. What if I want to call him an ugly young man? I'm going to jail? Driver's license will be suspended? This is why I tell you guys, and that goes back to Miss Claire said, what did she say? Where would you be freer than the U.S.? See, I respect what you said, Claire. I respect that because you're unaware because you don't live a black experience. Can I make all the money I want here in America? Yes, I can make tons of money, but I'll still be leery about getting pulled over by a police officer. Today, I'll be leery about getting pulled over by a police officer. I called my cousin earlier. Hey, Kiki, listen, I don't. She said, "I love you, Stacy, but you definitely hold women more accountable than men." I don't have to hold men accountable. And I know, Kiki, but there's shows that we've done before you start rocking with us. When I would be holding men accountable, having shows that are titled "Men Who Treat Women Like This Ain't Ish," when I would be, the title of a show would be something like "How to Identify Deadbeat Dads and Worthless Men." When I would have shows that were titled "Men Who Do This Are Losers," right? The shows that where I condemn men for getting people pregnant, not taking care of their children. Here's why. I don't even bother to bring men up on my platform. The men would be down in the comments saying this: "Look, Stacy, where are the women at when you do shows like this?" And then we look over in the comments and I'll be condemning someone. If you haven't seen your child in X amount of time, if you haven't contributed X amount of dollars to your child's life in the last year, there would be somebody in the comments, "You right, big bro. I'm guilty, man, and I got to do better." See, we don't have to go back and forth with men like we do with women. We have to go back and forth just to prove to women we're not even equal. But that's not to say that your statement was ignorant or anything like that. You just needed to know why. There's never any purpose of me bringing men up on this show. It never is. Because as soon as I make a valid point, they'll say, "You're right, bro. Okay, I didn't look at it like that." Can I pull this up right now? I'm going to try to. Can I pull this up? Okay. I want you to listen to this, Kiki. Okay, there we go. Okay, where you at? There it goes. So Kiki, um, okay, Kiki, I want you to check this out. Kiki. This brother, he was very respectful. He said, "Stacy, I'm a fan and I really enjoy your content. When I saw your post, I thought, just like you debate with these women, you do it with a gift. And I believe that women appreciate your approach." And I thought, the short clips that you played on Charlie Kirk didn't give them fair criticism, because when it comes to DEI, I agreed with everything Charlie Kirk said. Even though you'd have to remove nearly all emotion to receive it, he was just like you, a great debater. Now watch what this brother did. This is a man. I responded to him and I said, "I agree 100%, brother, that DEI is a setup for failure. However, my argument is this: how can people who have benefited from DEI all of our existence be complaining about it once black people start benefiting from it? They just called it by a different name. Nepotism, right? Uncle, auntie, dad, or a mother placing a family member or a friend in a position that they really weren't qualified for solely based off of the relationship status. This is how so many unqualified people go into positions that they aren't qualified for. And now they act like they don't understand the concept of it now that blacks are benefiting from it, right? Look what this man's response was. I can't argue with you when you're right. See, that's how men move. I don't think we know how to go delusional. I don't think we know how. When it makes sense to us, it makes sense. Because he was standing firm on his points. He was standing firm on it. No, that was a black brother. See, these are the issues that I took up with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was very brilliant. That was actually a double-edged sword for him. Because if I know that Charlie Kirk is a very highly intelligent individual, then that means when you where is it at? I hate myself. Let me try it. I want to show you guys this. Let me see. Can I pull that up? Let me see. Will that let me pull this up? Girl, I wanna make it good to you. Oh, I wanna make it good to you. Excuse me, please. Okay, it won't let me pull it up. Dad bless it. Dad bless it. Okay, maybe if I do that. Dad burn it. And yes, I said dad burn it. I said it. Okay, here we go. Hopefully it's here. May not be, but hopefully it's here. Ah. Okay, I'm not going to try to do it. Jeez. But here's what I was going to say. I know Charlie Kirk is highly intelligent. So when he would make statements and say things like, 13 minutes. I never understood how or why your oppressor has to explain to you that you are free. uh, Listen, people who are free know that they're free. I guarantee you will never hear a white person running around complaining about being oppressed. You won't. How? How does it happen? And who is your oppressor? Who is your oppressor? Get on them, Summer. Put them to the fire. Get on them, Summer. Listen, people on YouTube, we're my show sponsors. We're going to be up here for a minute, rocking on out. Here's what I want to let you guys know. African American women are about to experience a very, very severe blow. They're about to experience a blow that might, I don't want to go there, but African American women are about to experience something that they've never lived to experience. See, you must understand that the damage that was done to us was when the African American women broke the family dynamic up. Listen, I knew something was wrong. Listen, Summer, you gotta stop slacking. You knew I wasn't getting my incense blast. Listen, and I'm telling you right now, none of you have better incense than me. How about that? How about that? That's where that bliss comes from. African American women left us vulnerable. The only way that one can sustain themselves in the midst of any type of conflict is when there's more than one of you. And in the instances of what we're going through, we needed families. African American women dismantled our families. That's one thing that Charlie Kirk and I agreed. I agreed on several points of his, but when it came to the African American, I agreed with his points on homosexuality, transgenderism, DEI. But my version of agreeing with DEI was somewhat different from his. Uh, the things that he said were just terrible. I just don't. I don't know. I want to see something. Let me see if my information is correct. Let me see. You know what? I'm going to do this. Instagram. It's about to freeze up for 1 second. Give me a second. I want to make it good to you. Um, but I'm not, if my information is correct, if my information is correct, I think around 30% of DEI hires are black women. Around 70 is white women. So this is the issue that I had. I know Charlie Kirk is highly intelligent. It's like he would say things and leave out the crucial parts. Like if you're going to talk about the DEI hires, uh, I want to make sure that if I see a black pilot, I don't want to be thinking, is that person qualified? We'll say that for the other white pilots who might be DEI hires. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy to me. Basically, to make a statement like that, you have to be saying that when you look at white people, you know that they went through all of the crucial aspects of vigorous training to get their position. But when you see a black, you're skeptical. I'm telling you, I don't see how people don't see that as horrifically offensive. I don't see it. Listen. Did you? My bro just said, did you feel for all of the blacks that were murdered? That were murdered, white folks. And see that's what we're saying. Like there's so many. Like I don't feel worse about Charlie Kirk's death than I do about George Floyd's. How can you be trying to pass a bill that makes me love your Charlie Kirk more than I did George Floyd? That's crazy. That's crazy. Thoughts on crypto? I believe black people should get more aggressive about cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is one way you can go from nothing to something seemingly overnight. Now you could lose money too. I advise you guys, man, to research crypto trading. Listen, Claire must have just jumped back in and didn't hear what we said before. Claire said the point was because of DEI, it makes you question. He didn't say it makes you question. He said it would make you question the black person. See, this is what I'm telling you. That's bad. You know what? You know what? Can I pull it up? Let me see if I can pull it up. Because we're going to stop assuming. I like to be pretty accurate with what I'm saying. Dang it, I don't even have any social media on this dad blasted, blaring, darn, burn it thing. My girl said selective listening. And George Floyd was not And George Floyd was not the greatest man you've seen. Just saying. He didn't deserve that either. Right. George Floyd, let me see. Angie. You know, one thing that I hate is victim talk. See, I'm not a victim, I'm a winner. I can't be stopped. The goals that I have, they're going to be executed. The visions that I have will be brought to fruition. I hate victim talk. That's why it's easy for me to critique food stamps. Okay. Lord Commander, what? Oh, Lord Commander said overnight millionaire in crypto is over. That was 2011 to about 2022. Now you may make decent return with brother. Listen. I don't want to put no personal business out there, brother. Don't you believe that? Don't you believe that? Don't you believe that? See, you're probably talking about from the perspective of Bitcoin and things like that. There is so much more crypto trading going on than that, man. Man, yeah, man. I don't want you thinking like that, brother. Don't think like that. If you are actually informed on crypto and you know the moves to make, you could take some small losses, but you know when things aren't going good, there's formulas, like mathematical formulas to where you know certain companies that you're coins that you're interested in, things of that nature. Uh, it'll let you know what you stand to make on them, and if you invest this much money, and when you invest a certain amount of money on them, if you see them going down on something, park the rest of your money on the side, right? Man, you be some man. Don't play with cryptocurrency, man. Hey, don't do that, Malik. Listen, didn't they just have a white pilot who had been drinking? See, that's what I'm saying. I think I would have had much more respect for Charlie Kirk if it hadn't have been a black and white thing with him. I would have gave him a red flag to talk about the fatherless issues in the black homes. I would have gave him a green flag to talk about the DEI hires wondering if that person is qualified to be flying. If he had a then too brought up the same thing about white America. He just didn't do that. And I know he was too intelligent to accidentally not be doing it. If I know the stats on what's going on in white America, I know you do. He's a very intelligent man, right? Very intelligent man. Let's see something. Kevin Shasky said everybody should feel for him. Feel for who? Hey, Kevin, elaborate on that for me. Who are you talking about? Everybody should feel for who? Are you talking about Charlie Kirk? Shout out my bro, Lord Commander, in this situation with the super chat. My bro said the person who took his life might have altered history. I could definitely see him running for president sometime. That's what they were grooming him for, brother. That you see that white man on the news on social media. Who did it? Mother effer, snot coming out of the mother effer. He was going to be our next president. Like, put your body right next to me. I just have a huge problem. I believe people have the right to be racist if they want to. I believe, as long as they don't put action behind it, I believe in those things. Like, because listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the things that we see in the African American community, see some of those things, I'd hate some black people if I was a different color, right? And I should have that right because what I'm seeing is legit. But because we are in the African American community, we know how black people got like that. We are afforded the ability to have empathy for those people that we see who are broke and running around doing broken people things. The issue that I take up with another issue that I take up with Charlie Kirk is how he would talk about the fatherlessness in the homes. I came across a clip today where he was saying black men are getting women pregnant and leaving. He didn't want to talk about how that started. He didn't want to talk about what the crack epidemic did to our households. That's the issue I have. He's too smart. I know he knows about that. So then the question begs, why are you intentionally leaving that out? It has to be for a bad reason. Because imagine if he told all of his followers, we see a lot of homelessness in the black communities and it's leading to like an overwhelming percentage of all of the crimes that they commit. But in all fairness, imagine if he said this. In all fairness, a lot of those fathers, it started a cycle when the 1990s crack epidemic ripped through the African American communities, snatching the fathers out of the homes. And once the fathers were out of the homes, the children that they had were left without any proper uprearing. And then they, without having any proper uprearing, they went on to be irresponsible and have children without fathers and things like that. And it turned into a perpetual cycle. See, if he says something like that to his fathers, for his followers, it allows for a bit of empathy. Instead of making it seem like black men just said, you know what? We just want to start going out there and destroying families, having babies and not caring about it. This is my whole point. Uh, Clara had said, how did it start? How did what start? You talking about the crack epidemic? You talking about the crack epidemic? How did crack get in our neighborhoods? You talking about when the CIA intentionally funneled crack into our neighborhoods, but not into white neighborhoods? Are you talking about like how they made it high level crime and the penalties and repercussions resulted in like 60 and 120 years for touching crack, but the same drug in powder form, which was a predominantly white drug, you could get probation for it? If that's what you're talking about, I hope that answered what you're saying. Oh, she said, how did fathers? I just laid it out to you. She said, okay, break the cycle. Claire, I respect your questioning because it sounds like it's coming from a legitimate place. Claire, do you know that from the time that drug ripped through our community, around 40, 50 years ago, from the time it ripped through our community, 1980s, I personally, in my personal life now, know people who have attempted to quit smoking that thing around 8 times. Some of them resorted to giving their lives to God, but then they fell off again and started smoking again. People who didn't get to see that thing and its effects, they don't know. That's not something she said. She said, makes sense. Break the cycle. How do you break the cycle? It's tough. Well, I'm not going to play it now, but people know that I did a whole show on it. There's a guy online right now who was the guy from 60 Minutes, the interview, the journalist from 60 Minutes. He interviewed this guy on his journey through smoking. This guy was an engineer. He was an engineer. And he went so detailed, they asked him, can you describe it for us? And the guy said, I wouldn't advise people to try it, but to answer your question, I'll say it's most likely the greatest feeling you've ever experienced in your life. But it rips through your bank account immediately. It rips all of the ability to be a good father out of you. It rips all of your ability to be a good mother out of you. You know how we know? Because the thing was so powerful and potent. When mothers ran out of money to get it, they would go pawn their 13-year-old daughters off to the street pharmacist for about an hour just so he could give them a little bit. That powerful. Listen, shout out to my girl Mary in this situation. I appreciate you. You already know love always coming through, showing support for the show. Listen, those of you who want your comments read, I don't care what the super chat is. I don't care if it's $1.99. I don't care if it's $5. Support the show. You guys know we get up here and we give the business every day. YouTube. And I might not say it as much as I need to. I really appreciate all of the people on TikTok who really do support the show, right, with the gifts. Because, yeah, I really do. You guys make this thing happen. You make it easier. You know what? I'm telling you. Hey, listen, Brandon, I was about to hit that. Listen, here's what... Shout out to my bro Greg up in this situation, man. How's your night going, brother? My bro been rocking with me strong for quite some time. Listen, Claire, I want you to listen to this. I want you to pay attention to this, Claire. And see, I really don't mind. I count it a privilege. When people like Claire come here, I count it a privilege of mine to get to respectfully convey to them what happened to us. If we were married at an 80% rate around 1975, how do you think our rates dropped down to 17%? African American women were recruited to join the feminism movement, get on Section 8 and all of those things. But in order to get those Section 8 houses, they came through and did inspections monthly to make sure that there was no paraphernalia that belonged to a man behind, meaning you can't have a man in here. If you want this house, you can't have a man in here living with you, right? And black women ate that thing up. Listen, ate it up. Our marital rate dropped down to 17% from 80. From 80. And another nail in the coffin was that 1980s crack epidemic. Miss Claire, think about everything that I just told you about how it turned our mothers and fathers into zombies. Like, I watched it with my own eyes. I watched it. I watched law-abiding citizens, superintendents, nurses, right, librarians, administrative assistants. I watched these going from very, very soft-spoken, respectful, decent human beings to giving blowjobs for that white substance. You'll hear, man, you hear about Miss Marja? She's sucking dick now. You'd hear it. Then you'd see her she doesn't look like she used to look. It's almost like an alien abduction. But wait, there's more. Now imagine your integrity and your soul being snatched out to that degree to where you don't even look like a respectful human being anymore. Imagine after all of that, the police catch you with a piece of it that's the size of one green pea, and they give you 30 years in prison for it. Imagine that. Consistently. When it came through my town, do you know how terrified people were to get caught with that thing? Terrified. But they still have to deal with it because they're addicted to it. And then the judge who handed out all of the time to people for touching it ended up getting busted for going in the evidence chambers, stealing that substance, and soliciting it to underage boys to have sex with them. His name was Judge Alan R. Brubaker. Look it up. Guess what he got? He went to some type of camp for a year, came home on house arrest after he has given people 75 and 180 years in prison for the better part of his term. There's reasons why black people feel the way that they feel. But listen, I want to get back to African American women. Hey, you guys heard what Summer said. She's going to shut these comments down if you guys don't get those likes up there on TikTok. Jag Meddy over here in this piece rocking with me. You already know, bro. You already know. Salute to the OG. Keep the mental ambrosia going. What? Yes, Miss Savannah, I have a pink tie on. I appreciate you. I thought somebody was making fun of my pink tie that I have on sometimes. Listen, Brandon won't let me stop. Listen, I appreciate my bro. Listen, I keep forgetting. But listen, Miss Claire, here's what I was going to say to you. I appreciate you, Miss Claire. Listen, now here's what I want to say to you. White America knows the damage that the 1980s crack epidemic did to us. It wiped our societies away. We don't have... I will say, listen, Miss Claire, imagine that I'm telling you the truth. Just roll with me. What you see in America, in Black America today, that thing was so lethal, I would go so far as to say the 1980s crack epidemic was at least 60 to 70% responsible for all of the dysfunction you see in the Black community today. Because it turned into a generational thing. You know, it turned into a generational thing. What about the mothers who got strung out on it? Now she's selling her body, right, for a $30 piece, right? Messes around, gets pregnant, things of that nature. Then she gives birth to a kid. Not only that, let's look at it from all of the angles. What about when the parents end up in prison? They have a decent daughter, but the daughter doesn't have anybody raising her. Now she's out there. She's cute and things like that. Men are all hitting at her, you know, things like that. And she's out here by herself, things like that. Probably has uncles, grandmothers, people she stays with. She ends up pregnant. She hasn't even been taught the family structure. She hasn't been taught, listen, if you're going to have XEX with somebody, make sure that it's your husband or make sure it's somebody you're in a long-term relationship with, something like that. She's out here in the streets winging it. And then what about when her daughter grows up? It's a cycle that got repeated for generations. I watched it with my own eyes. But I want to go back to what my brother said. The reason that we know that white America know how lethal that thing was to us, because of the last 15 years, the white community was faced with a high-level opioid epidemic that was almost capable of rivaling the 1980s crack epidemic. And they knew that if that thing was allowed to unfold in the white community like it did in the Black community, that they would be like us, right? What did they do about that? They decriminalized it and turned it into a health issue. So now, instead of getting what we got when we got caught with it, which was about 10, 30 years in prison, they turned it into a health issue. Now you go to rehabilitation centers and things like that. They did that so that they can keep the white family dynamic and the white family dynamic and structure in place. They had everything they needed to know about what it would do if they didn't cheat like that. Just look back at the African American community. If we don't find a way to not let this thing rip through our community like it did through the black community, then our community will start to resemble the black community. And they did what they did. They did what they did. Yes, for those of you who don't know, on my Cash App, the real Stacy Prince, I am wearing a pink tie. Claudine, I might have to check that out. Yes, yes. Talk that talk, Robin. When welfare was introduced, it empowered our black women and it made us black men, because in order for a woman to have them crumbs of money, they had to, yes, it destroyed us. There was about 5 chess moves that were played in the black community that, woo, if you utilize those chess moves in any community, you will see what you see in the black community today. The reason why you guys see a lot of broken people in the black community, especially the women, is because they weren't really raised. And then on top of that, I showed you guys the other day, Bone Thug and Harmony did an interview. They were talking about what the agenda was to do to the black community with rap music. Why do you think you don't often hear? Listen, I want everybody to think about this. I want everybody to think about this. Have you ever stopped to think about, I want everybody to think about this. Pay attention to me. Rock with me. Listen, we got to get those likes up, YouTube. Hit that thumbs up button. And I want to say this to everybody. In the midst that I've been experiencing a lot of racism and hate lately, this is my place of solace. I rock with you guys heavy. Listen, I have white supporters down there. This is my place of solace where we can get up here and better each other, provide information, peace. This is our little time where we rock with each other. So I really rock with you guys and appreciate you for always showing up, for always supporting the show, and just kicking it back and forth on the respectful level, right? Believe it or not, I look forward to rocking with you guys. Kind of feels like my own personal extended version of a family, right? Because do you guys know how rare it is, even in your real families, to be in one accord as it pertains to life topics? That's some really dope stuff right there, right? Because that's how we can start building. And listen, I see that's why it's so hard for black people to be racist. Despite the racism that I've experienced over the last couple of days, you'll always get people down there in the comments who will push some love your way. You know what I mean? And I think that has to happen for people to not go full on racism. Like, I got treated this way over the weekend and blah, 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 right? I would encourage, listen, I'm going to say this to Caucasian Americans who they truly do have a sense of empathy. Not even empathy, a genuine sense of love for if you have the ability to see through all of the bullcrap and look at a black person and say, that's a really cool person right there. Whatever it is, find some way of communicating that to that person. Because one of the last things that black people experience throughout America is a demonstration of love. It really is. I remember a couple of times this happened and it blew my mind. Blew my mind. I forget where I was walking into. I was going into a store or something. And a white woman was opening the door. She wasn't flirting with me or anything. She said, hello, how's your day going? And it was something crazy about that. Like, she asked me how my day was going. And it just felt different. It felt different. It was weird. Because you can't accidentally ask a question like that. Usually it's, hello, bye, right? Someone asks how your day is going. That's a little bit extra. You probably did that because that person doesn't hate you, something like that, right? So this is what I encourage, because a lot of you may not understand it. It's very, 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 very difficult for African Americans to tell who Caucasian Americans are who don't hate them. Because you have to think of it like this. A lot of you haven't experienced this, but imagine me. I've had this podcast for 3.5 years. There's around 78,000 people I have on Instagram. I've never really heard peeps out of them. They support the show. They like the comments and they hit the comments, but there's never any conversation. What we experience as black people often is the moment we do something that rubs you the wrong way, nigger. That's what I just experienced. So I don't even know how long those people have been following me. But the moment I put up a post about Charlie Kirks, it's not a disrespectful one, just my views on how he didn't. I felt like the things that he said towards African Americans had a hate message in it. Nigger. And so after you experience that so many times throughout your journey in life, you start saying they're all the same, or it just takes a little bit, but it's inside of them. If I say the wrong thing, that person, it's in there, it'll come out. Something like that. It's very difficult to know who you can rock with. It's very difficult. I think I agree with Claire on that. They're already pushing for the death penalty. Shout out to Robin. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Put your body right next to me. Listen, shout out to Malik in this situation and Miss Savannah over here dropping bombs and supporting the show. Much love to you. I appreciate you guys. Put your body right next to me. I don't know why that alert didn't go off. Blacksmith. But I want to say this, African American women, I want to say this. A fiery comet is headed your way, African American women. And I want to prepare you guys for it. Hey, hey, Browntown said, yeah, hey, they taking that Kirk unaliving very seriously. Yes. But here's what I want to say to African American women. You are in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. And I'm talking about within the next, what is it? In the next few months, you're in a lot of trouble. It's already been initiated. With DEI, AI, I think they have already passed the thing. Or if I could be wrong, I don't want to misquote. How long do they have for the food stamps to get cut off? Is it 2 weeks? What is it? But that law is about to go in. I think they've already capped it. Everything is about to be reversed. You were able to turn your backs on African American men because they gave you sustaining power. They gave you the ability to buy your groceries. They gave you the ability to be able to afford the house that you're in, not afford it because it was on HUD or Section 8 or whatever. Food stamps made life easier for you, things of that nature. Those things are gone. That's a small portion of it. 300,000 black women just lost their jobs due to DEI, right? What AI is about to do to a lot of your guys' jobs, it's going to reset. Now, it's going to be very, very, very painful at first. It's going to be very, very painful. But it's also going to cause African American people to start taking notice in each other again. And a lot of black women are going to be forced to humble themselves and become open to dating a man for the long term instead of being hoes out there. They're going to be forced to. They won't be able to make it on their own. They just want. Remember that I said this. This is not something that's up for debate. A firestorm is headed your way. But now here's the bad part that I want to convey to you. You guys have been so terrible towards black men. While you were separated from black men, a lot of you went out there and had multiple children by multiple different men, things of that nature. You won't qualify for a man to take you in and desire to be with you and make your life easier for the rest of your life. You won't qualify. So those of you, you're gonna live a terrible existence. I'm being honest with you. You're going to have to deal with a man who, I don't know, is way below the caliber of man that you would be open to dating, because I know the things that I say sometimes, I know they sound harsh, but I'm just telling you guys the truth up here. That's all that I'm doing to you or for you. No, we haven't. Look, my girl said, I've been a registered nurse for 33 years. I'm ready for them. I'm already humble. Boy, it's nothing like hearing a black woman talk like that. Jeez. Where are these women at? Said, I've been a registered nurse for 25 years and AI cannot replace my job. He said, I don't know how I feel about that. Yes. Yes. 100%, Brandon. Like, but here's what I'm telling you guys. Those of you who, when you guys separated from African American men, you guys made a plethora of horrible decisions. You took your dating value and it tanked. A lot of you have herpes right now, some even HIV. A lot of you went out there on that playground after your great great grandmothers. Uh, Listen, my girl said, I'm a registered nurse, and they are now testing robots to do our job right now. Almost 20, and I have almost 21 years of nursing. I don't go back and forth with people about that. These robots are very efficient. Have you seen them? If you put clothes on them and hide their skeletals, they're almost moving like human beings. They can shift like, but my father told me that once they get rid of food stamps and welfare a particular way, our black women will be forced back to us, which is a good thing because of our families have been destroyed and it's getting worse. We need to get together as a strong black unit once again. Well, here's the problem with that. The good men who are suitable leaders, because of a lot of the damage that a lot of these women have done to themselves while they've been roaming these dating streets for all of these years by themselves, they won't qualify for that good man. See, because a good man has options. I think all women know what I'm saying is true. There's a reason why not everybody has an amazing man who has leadership abilities, because he has his pick of women. Why? Because most women want him. Most women want him. But what women will be forced to do, they'll be forced to humble themselves, because when they see that because they've had these children, because they have herpes or whatever, they'll see that bull crap that you guys have been on social media talking, I want a man who make 150. I think you're going to be forced out of delusion. We've been telling you it's delusional just due to the percentage of men who even make $150,000 a year. If they don't have a podcast or some type of engineering job, like, yeah, the average African American man makes $46,000 a year. Black men are about to become kings again because AI will never be able to replace. I'm sorry, men. Period. AI will never replace men. Men will never, ever, 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 ever be able to be replaced. Because we know how to put calluses on our hands. Our strength is our number one tradable commodity. A broken, dysfunctional, damaged man is still very valuable in the world. He could be a security guard. He could go to the military. He could work construction. See, I think a lot of you don't even know anything about us. We are modern day superheroes. Our bodies, our intellect was built a different way to where we could pull off massive things from thin air. A broken, damaged, dysfunctional woman is pretty much no good. She's broken, damaged, and dysfunctional. She can't function as a woman. See, a man's superpower is his strength and his logic. A woman's superpower is her femininity, her class, and her integrity. When a woman is broken, dysfunctional, and disturbed, what does that do to her class level? What does that do to her femininity? It annihilates it. Fuck ass nigga. Look what it did to the white community. They have women running around there talking about men and women are equal. But one thing that I'll give the white women, when they saw a lot of aspects of real life coming before their faces, they went back home. You guys think there's not cheating going on in the white community, and Asian community, and Latino community? We all know that there is. So why are they married at higher rates than African Americans? It can only be one thing. The women aren't leaving like that. African American women brag about paying all of their bills by themselves. Crazy work. You think that's something to brag about? Fool. Listen, imagine this. I'm going to play that scenario out. We got two women right here. One of them is saying, shit, because I pay all my bills by myself. And then there's one over here who says, my husband pays half of my bills and I put the other half of my check up in the bank. Do you see how crazy that sounds? We don't know what type of Kool-Aid they gave black women, but it was a mother effort. Black women are running around saying, I won't do 50-50. But right now, as it stands, they're paying 100% of their life experiences. I want everybody to get that. A person who is currently paying 100% of their life experiences are running around saying, I will not accept a man who only wants to come in and take 50% of my life experiences off of me. He has to take 100% off. How's that working out when your marital rate is between 23 and 27%? Yeah, this thing is about to throw black women in a severe level of factory reset. A lot of black people are going to lose their lives as well. It was clear. Murdy said, no broken woman here. That's what I'm talking about. Salute to you then. I don't desire that we have broken women like that. But we know that there's a high level in the black community. There's no getting around that. No, Murdy, I didn't say all of us are superheroes, but a man just can't be. There's no machinery on earth. Listen to me. There is no machinery on earth that can replace a man. And if I'm wrong, prove it. Somebody tell me, give me the name and description of machinery that can replace a man. Talk to me. Listen, you hear what my girl said? She said, do you know how much I could save going 50-50? It's like a blessing. That is how families are built. Good functional families. See, it's not just about having families. It's about having families where the essentials are not lacking. Where you don't have to bargain shop for meat. Where you don't have to bargain shop for this. Where you don't have to eat lower quality food because you're having to stretch a paycheck. Listen, Summer said it's bad when even simps dodge it. I'm telling you, listen. DP, my brother. Hey, DP, didn't I see a post that you put up today, I think I saw a post that you put up today. Listen, you hear what my bro said? That's how my parents did it for 65 years. Did you hear what he said? See, you guys should know that I'm not up here just talking. People come down these comments and they tell you everything that I've been telling you. When we had women who were more understanding, yeah, he messed around 3 times, but that man said for 65 years. He said that's how my parents did it for 65 years. When you guys turn 65, do you know how many cocks you will have consumed throughout the duration of your 65 years? Versus if you had have had a man and just rocked with him. People say that I condone cheating. No, I don't condone cheating. But even less do I condone a woman getting with a man who she can see a visible future with because he cheated. Now you're back out there on the dating highway, swinging around from cock to cock trying to find you a man until now you have a cluster of bumps on the right-hand side of your clitorianness. Yeah. Now, listen, those of you, and I'm not here to sound like the boogeyman. I don't want to sound like the boogeyman. You hear what Claire said? Groceries are so damn high, you can't do it alone. My thing is, why spread your legs for a loser? Okay, so Claire, that's actually a good question. Miss Savannah has a good point too. We're going to talk about it. Claire said, groceries are so damn expensive, you can't do it alone. My thing is, why spread your legs for a loser? I'm going to address that first. Okay, what does she mean by a loser? It doesn't matter. I'm going to dig deep into this. You guys, I can show every one of you, no matter what state you're in, where to get a decent man. Especially if you're an intelligent woman. I can show you right now. Right now. I don't care what state you're in. I don't care what city you're in. You guys are walking past men every day that you look down on because they are down on their luck or they didn't make the best of decisions with their life. And now it looks like the repercussions have come up on them. See, here's what you guys don't understand. When men and women make bad decisions in life, but here's the thing, women have cushions. Society shows more empathy and sympathy towards women. You guys have these shelters. You guys have all types of trampolines that not trampolines. You guys have all kind of backups that society has provided for you to where you never fall too low, right? Men, when we make a few bad decisions, it can get really, really bad for us. It can get really bad. See, life falls on the shoulders of men in a completely different way than it falls on the shoulders of women. That is not negating what women go through, but it really does. A man can be broken down to the very last compound to where he's homeless. Now, what I'm saying to you guys is this. That guy who cuts your yard, if you're as intelligent as you say you are, that guy who's your groundskeeper, that guy who works at In-N-Out Burger, you guys have been taught to look down on good men. And if you ladies are as special as you believe you are, then you should have the rest of the components inside of you to where if you would be open to dating that man, some of your intellect, some of your logic, some of your education could be utilized to help him become a better version of what he is right now. See, that's what used to happen. Women used to be the support system for men. They didn't look down on men, things like that. That's why pretty much everybody had somebody. See, what you guys have done is flip that whole thing around. You guys got degrees and things like that, and you started looking down on certain men like they weren't on your level. But you've been single for decades. That lets you know that the way that I'm teaching you is the right way. Because I guarantee you, if you guys lowered your standards, which is not lowering your standards to us, to be honest, we call it being more realistic. Life gets hard on men. It really does. Charlie Wilson, when he got back out there on substances, illegal substances, he fell right back down to his low. It took a woman from a different color to see enough in that man when he was at his lowest. Took a woman of another color to see that man when he was at his lowest and pour her love on him. And now, hey girl, how you doing? Now a lot of you wish that you had access to Charlie. The absolute best investment that you can make is inside of a man. Outside of the Lord our God Jehovah, the absolute best investment you can make is in a man. It really is. Listen. Used to joke with my mom about my dad cheating. She would say, as long as the checks and the life insurance is paid, my name is on the deed. When he dies, I still get everything. Cold and hard, but true. Listen, I don't even think it's cold and hard. She probably didn't mean it like that. But she was acknowledging that she's in a better predicament staying with him than leaving. That's crazy that someone would... I'm not even getting into all of that. How many of you guys... Right. Talk that talk, Browntown. They want a complete man with everything. But you don't qualify for that guy. You don't qualify for him. Depending on you. Do you know the caliber of women that want that complete man already, most of you will never get the complete man. He has too many options. And do you know what it takes for a man to become complete? It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of vigor, right? It takes a lot of dedication. It takes a lot of sacrifice. In a lot of cases, like a man like myself, I had this, I stopped speaking to my family for over a year. And it wasn't because we got into it, because I needed to focus. I couldn't be on the phone for 2 hours a day with my brother anymore and an hour a day with my favorite cousin and things like that. I had to separate myself from that. I've done that 3 times, I think. One time it was a year, or one time it was 18 months. One time it was a year. Yeah, I just recently came off of one. They know, they'll get an email from me and it'll say, you guys know I'm going underground again, because that's where that true focus comes in. I won't have sex. I won't date women. I won't watch TV. I'll only listen. No, I won't listen to music. It'll only be audiobooks until whatever project that I'm working on is complete, right? You think I don't remember what all I put myself through when it comes to dating? You think I don't know my value? When it comes time to date, I know who I am. I know what my future beholds. I know what I've turned myself into, right? So when it comes time to pick a suitable person, my value meter, I'm going to know who I am, and I'm going to know what I should and shouldn't settle for. So the complete guy knows that. He knows that. And he's not going to, if you have 2 or 3 children by 2 or 3 different men, he feels better than that about himself. The only woman who can get away with having 2 children by 2 men, especially if they're still in the house, if they're 15 and younger, it's going to be a woman who in her prime, she was very beautiful. And her body is still in shape, and she's feminine. Man won't really pass her up. So a lot of put together men will still pass her up. Like, to be honest, I won't do it. It's just a little too much. If she has 1 kid and she's a package, I don't prefer to, but I'm smart enough to not pass down a woman who can enhance me significantly over 1 kid. She's going to have to be fit, feminine, and friendly. She's going to have to be fit, feminine, and friendly. This is what I'm telling you guys. A lot of you are looking for that complete, let me see. Okay. She said, please stop saying women don't have options and have to settle. Miss Murdy, are you married right now? Maybe you are, I don't know. Are you married right now, Miss Murdy? See, because what I'll have you understand, there's 8s out there who are struggling finding a man. On the scale of 1 to 10, we're talking about 8s. Look at them. They're all over social media. They're all over on Instagram. I know some of them in my real life. And man, while you're using that word settle so comfortably, I think you should leave that word alone. Because a lot of the, okay, she said no, sir. So you're proving my point, ma'am. If you're not married, you're proving my point. She says, please stop saying women don't have options and have to settle. You're not married. So the options are minimal. And you would have to turn yourself into something that a quality man could get along with and see value in order for you to stand out from the rest of the women who are littering the streets, and for him to see enough value in you and snatch you up. Work has to be done. Miss Murdy, if it even offends you to the point where you would say, please stop saying that women don't have options and have to settle, that kind of lets me know you have a kind of a uncooperative. I don't want to say uncooperative, but you could probably get a little bit feisty or irritated a little bit more easy than you should. Because if you can listen to me talk and you don't hear truth, if you don't hear truth in what I'm saying, open your eyes and look around in society. Tell me that you see an overwhelming flood of African American women getting married. Tell me you don't see many women with multiple children by multiple men. What I'm saying has to be true. It has to be. Okay, I respect that, Miss Murdy. What I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying to you, Miss Murdy, is listen, I'm going to start requesting people come up too. I'm dropping a link down in the chat. Come talk to me, Miss Murdy. Let's get this thing out there. Let's see if we can't come to a mutual understanding. I'm dropping a link. All you guys have to do is click that link that I dropped down below and it'll bring you up. Miss Murdy, if I were to ask you, I do want to ask you a couple of questions. Come up and talk to me, Miss Murdy. Come and talk to me. Da, 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 da. I got to learn the rest of the lyrics to that hook. My girl said I was at my lowest, but my husband overlooked it, and I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for him. You guys got to humble yourselves because men will. Okay, Miss Murdy, here's what I'm saying to you. How old are you, Miss Murdy? What about women who have been married multiple times? How many times, Tattoo? Listen, my girl said, I see what you're saying every day, and it's sad. Oh, so I'm starting to think that the people who are watching us through. I'm going to try something I've never done. I'm going to try something. I am going to try something that I've never done. If this works, I am that man. Okay, Miss Murdy, where you at, Miss Murdy? Okay, okay, I just got her comment. Let me see if I can really pull this off. Miss Murdy, I am about to inject this. Look at your reply, Miss Murdy. Whoa, that was crazy what that just did. What the hell? Okay, Miss Murdy, I just dropped a link into the Facebook. You should be able to hit it and come up, I think. Anybody on Facebook. If this works, I'm going to start doing this. Unless it forces you to be moving through your YouTube account. I will say this, anybody who has a YouTube account though, anybody who has a YouTube account, just come over to YouTube, The Real Stacy Prince. I'll do it like this. I'm going to start doing that. Let me see if I can do this. You see something. Can I do this? If I can do this, I am really good. Let's go. Let me see. Let me see here. I am that good. No, that's Malik. Malik just almost came up, but you dropped off. Who's Malik? Is that you, Miss Murdy? I was about to click on it and you disappeared. Okay. That is live right there. I'm going to do something. Let me see if I'm this good. Okay. Copy that. Drop that right here. I'm dropping one more link down there. This is to my YouTube page. Boom. I just dropped a link to my YouTube page down there. Click on it and you'll come over to the YouTube and I'll be able to pull you right up. But whoever Malik was, you came up, but you must have shut it down fast. I was almost about to click on you and accept you. Okay, a woman who has been married 2 times, it depends on the work, if she's done any work to herself. What led to you getting divorced the first 2 times? That's the question. What led to you getting divorced the first 2 times? Because if those things haven't been resolved, you're likely to take them into the 3rd marriage and solidify that it won't work. Girl, I wanna make it good to you. Ooh. Put your body right next to me. Miss Murdy, you hit the link? Because listen, until you come up, or listen, a lot of you guys, that word settling, you guys have to be careful with that. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think she said she was 37, 47. So a quality man who comes in to deal with you, he's going to have to deal with you at the half-century mark. No disrespect to you, but your body won't be in the same shape that it used to be. There's a lot of things. Listen, not trying to be graphic with your personal business, but he will have to come in. I'll put it to you like this. I had a 28 or 29-year-old. Everything about her was different from what I'm used to. Like, her body felt brand new. Felt brand new, every aspect. Skin's tight everywhere. Boobs perky. It was, I used to just like I just look at her body sometimes. She wasn't broken because she hadn't been through all of the experiences that older women have went through that tend to cause them to be bitter, that tend to cause them to have already developed preconceived notions, being skeptical about everything, being more prone to jump back out into a whole phase. She hadn't experienced all that shit, so she was easily pliable in my hands, right? At 47 years old, the man would be settling. The man would be settling. Listen, at 37, a quality man is settling because he doesn't have to. Men who are already put together, we're going to talk about men who are just average earning men after this. But men who are already put together, they don't have to go that route. They want arm candy. I'm not talking about arm candy who's just dumb. I'm talking about they want women who they can get excited just by looking at her. They want women who they can look at her and be like, tantalizing, right? And they can get it. Now, let's talk about an average man. Even an average man who works for UPS and is a quality man, has one car, has his own house, and has probably about $7,000 in the bank that he can go get money if he ever gets in a jam. That man has options. And if he's black, if that man is black,
what we've got here is failure to communicate.
Okay, she said, I need a man to help. Well, you have to stop looking at things through the lens of settling. You are 47 years old. You need to humble yourself and just be looking for a decent man. A decent man will complete you. Listen, I tell people this often. Do you know how amazing it is? Do you know how amazing it is to look over there on your couch right now and do this? And him get up and come over there and wrestle you to the ground and start kissing on your neck, or just put his arms around your neck like it's here, start nibbling on your ear. You people are missing out on what I refer to as life. For no reason at all. For no reason at all. Do you know how amazing it is to be over there, to be at home and be able to look over on the couch and just say something goofy to get his attention? Do you know how amazing it is to have somebody to talk to about things that really have you concerned right now? To not have to go through uncomfortable moments in life by yourself? Do you know how cool it is to just be sitting up looking at a movie with your person? No, I get that. I get that. She says I have all that sense of humor. What I'm telling you is your standards. When I hear you guys use that phrase, settle, be careful with that. Be careful with that. You guys should be willing to date. Okay, so listen, Miss Murdy, how come you couldn't come up here? Listen, who's Malik? Who's Malik? Was that you? Was that you, Miss Murdy? You shouldn't have been Malik, not with a name like Murdy. That not a woman named Malik, is it? Where are the gifts at, TikTok? Rock with your brother like I rock with you. Let's get those, kick those gifts out there. Keep the show in illumination. Get on them, Summer. Let's get this thing going. Light another incense if we're going to keep this thing going. Listen, I'm telling you, there's nobody on this channel who can touch the incense that I have. Put your body right next to mine. Okay, so because I do got one of my people's name Malik, so okay. Uh, any of my Facebook people want to come up? I dropped a link down there. She said, please stop saying women don't have options and have to settle. I'll put it this way: the options are minimal, and even those options are on reserve for a select group of women. Listen, people don't like to look at it like this. There's 3 million more women in America than there are men. In the African American community alone, there's around 2 million more of the women than there are men. You don't really have the options. You don't really have the options. Pretty much the only thing that almost equals it out is Atlanta. So many of the people down there have HIV and things like that, to where it opens up doors for some of you women. The men who would have dated them if they didn't have that, but won't date them because of that, those men go back out there to the streets and may be available to you. But listen, I'm telling you guys better listen. So, Miss Murdy, I want to talk to her. What was that? What? Listen to me. My bro said, I understand everything that you're saying, Mr. Prince. I have a very good job. I'm divorced and over 50, and I enjoy saying nope, next, next, next for women my age or a little less. Listen, that man is over 50 years old, and let me help you understand this. I see his profile, I have a gauge of him. When that man hits 60, you guys won't like to hear me say this. When that man hits 60, he will still be able to date 40-year-old women. And depending on how he grooms himself, he can get women in their 30s. It's just the way it is. Is there anybody down there who disagrees with what I'm saying? A man who doesn't develop a beer belly, a man who's in decent shape, has his confidence back, has a decent job, things like that, in his 60s, he can date women who are in their 30s. Now I'm telling you this. Easily. Easily. Men age differently than women do. Women start their decline 30 years before men do. You start your decline 30 years before men do. And what I mean when I say, oh, this brother said he ain't got no kids either. Drop bombs. See, you guys don't have the time to play that men have to. We can stay on the dating highway longer than you can, but I don't advise men to do that. I'd advise men to get somebody who they can build the future with, right? But men can. They can. My grandfather was 84 years old and Yolanda was 44. Get them, Summer. I appreciate you. My girl, we almost at 50K, people. Shout out to my bro JX up at the Jixer up in this mother effer. I appreciate it, bro. You go over here and appreciate some of these people who send in the gifts. Shout out to my girl Summer over here rocking with us, supporting the show. Listen, people on YouTube, you know we got to hit our $50 a night threshold, people. Let's go. We need 10 people with $4, 2 people with 20, whatever, however you want to break it down. Let's go. Let's go. Show support to the show, people. Cash App at The Real Stacy Prince. Or the PayPal. Information is down in the link. And listen, this is why I tell you, ladies, you don't have time to play around with that clock like you think. You really, really don't. You don't have time to play with that clock like that. You guys should be married at the age of 30. Seriously? 34. You really need to be married. You really need to be married. And you need to turn yourself into something that a man finds a benefit in marrying. You really do. You need to be the caliber of woman who a man kind of views it as stupid to let you go. But a lot of you have a lot of deprogramming that you need to do. A lot of American ways that you take on. Listen, I'm going to drop a jewel on you. A lot of American ways are turnoffs to men. American ways that women have taken on are turnoffs to men. If you think men and women are equal, if you think that because you have a job, this and this and that, you're above a man, you'll get bedded. That's about it. A person will bed you for some months or something like that, even lie to you under the guise of it's a relationship, but he knows he's not going to lock down with you because your mouth is a little bit difficult. You're uncooperative in certain areas. Shout out to my girl Summer sending love to the show. I appreciate it. Listen, she said my dad was 80 and a woman was trying to get him to move to Canada. I'm telling you, it's different. Men have a longer time to play around on the dating highway than women do. I don't even suggest that men do that because the sooner two people to come together, the sooner they can start building a more secure future with each other, getting to know each other better, knowing what his farts smell like, what your farts smell like, the things about each other that irritates you, uh, all of the intimate things. That's when people can merge together like this. Once you guys start legitimately coming to understand all of the most secret aspects of each other, it creates a type of bond that's almost breakable, because when it comes time for somebody to think about leaving that individual, there's something subconsciously that stirs up inside of you and lets you know just how much you truly know about that person. And it starts to seem foolish to leave. Do you know how much time it takes to get back out there on the dating highway and start thinking about dating another man, getting to know what his farts smell like, getting to know whether or not he's a cheater, getting to know, or even finding someone who makes X amount of money? This is why I tell you guys, it's crazy. If you find a man that you're locked in with, you guys been together for 2 years, got 1 or 2 kids together, you catch him cheating 1, 2, or 3 times, and you start thinking about leaving, you're crazy. It's insane. Do you have any clue what's waiting out there for you? Yes, it's the boogeyman. It's definitely the boogeyman. He's out there. What? What are you talking about? Hit? I don't understand anything you just said. That's got to be some trolling. Who was that said they're raising three boys? Shout out to Jay up in this situation, rocking with the brother. Appreciate it. Showing support to the show. My bro. D. Appreciate the love. I wanna make it good to you. Life is good to me, baby. Listen, y'all know I don't know the words to none of these songs, but I know the rhythms. I know how to hum them and all of that. The plane, the plane.
You
Tattoo.
call me up to mess with me today.
You know where I got that from? The plane, the plane.
Fantasy Island. It wasn't Fantasy Island.
Who used to say it?
The little dude.
What was his name?
Oh damn. Dang. Come on, Stacey. You got Oh,
This woman's name is Tattoo, and she like, what's his name? They're playing.
I had to look in the chat.
Listen. I think it's okay to present options to a woman now. Present options to her. What do you mean? Okay, she said, I meet men all the time at the age of 47, some making $100K. I met one, but our religious beliefs were too different. Religion is powerful, yeah. I didn't say nothing about meeting them. I'm talking about being able to bag them. Anybody with a pair of tatas and a crevice between their legs can meet men now. I'm talking about for the long haul. Tattoo.
Yes, sir.
Listen, you gotten broken up with recently?
No.
All right, I'm just saying now. Being realistic, do you see that thing having longevity? Or do you think it's just, a really cool situation for you right now, keeping you from not having anybody, things like that? Do you see longevity in that thing?
In my relationship?
Yes. That means no.
Yes.
That means no.
It doesn't. No, we in these 2 years that we've been together. No, shut up, Stacey. Don't start with me tonight. In these 2 years that we've been together, we have gone through a lot. But I think that we have finally got to the point where, like, we had to sit down and have a conversation and say, this is who I am. This is who you are.
So what took you so long when I asked you, do you see longevity in it? What took so long about that?
I said, yeah.
You said, yeah.
Well, because, because sometimes, I be on my, some days is good days, some days bad days. You know how I be sometimes.
Whose fault is it that you guys keep having up and down days? Whose fault is it?
I would say mostly mine.
Give me an example.
Because, how can I explain it? Dang, I'm gonna put myself on the spot up here, but I'm be honest. I could be very angry when I feel not like physically angry, but I like verbally angry. Not.
I wish you would.
Not.
I wish you would. See, that's the man. That's the man's fault.
Stacey, let me
that's that man's fault. I wish a woman would.
Hold on, but let me finish saying this. And Bishop keep telling me to cam up, but I got these neck strips tied around my head because I just gel my head down. But anyway, but I think yes, and one of the things that after we kind of had our last little situation, he was basically like, okay, we went through this, but basically like if you do that again, I'm gone. And that was kind of wake up call to me.
He
right?
said that to
I'm
you?
Like, absolutely.
Girl, you skating on slush. You ain't treading on thin ice. You skating on slush.
Right, I ain't even know thin ice. But here's the thing. But hold on, but let's talk about it because that was like 6 months ago. So in those 6 months, I have not done that. I have learned how to communicate in a better way, and I have learned how to be able to say, you know what, I'm upset right now. Can we talk about it later? Right? Learning how to communicate, learn how to communicate without getting upset. And that's something that because I'm a person who I just hold everything aside until it blow up. Like I'm one of them type of people who I let a lot of stuff go.
Never talk to me like that again. You hear me?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, I have to learn how to communicate better and stay
So
and
why do
not
you
just
do
let
it? If
things.
you know that, then why do you still have those episodes? Because more than likely it's been going on for some years. You've had that for some years, more than likely.
Well, everything go. A lot of things go back to childhood, right? And so when I grew up in a household where my parents were very strict on you don't show your emotions, you don't cry, you don't get
What?
mad. Like it was just always, oh yeah, I couldn't cry. I
God,
could not cry.
dog.
My parents didn't. No, 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 no. We ain't crying. No.
Listen,
And
I'm
I'm a
not trying
girl.
to
You
be
would
fun. I'm
think that
not
I
trying
would
to be
be able
funny. That explains a great deal of everything you just said. You have to turn into an
to.
emotional ticking time bomb.
I had to hide all my feelings. If I got upset about something, my mother would like ignore me for like a whole week because she felt like I shouldn't be mad. It's a lie. I mean, I'm
You
going
know
through
why
my
they were
childhood.
doing that? Your mom probably
Uh-huh.
went through that. Most likely she went through that. Nobody knows how to do a child like that unless they've seen it before. You can't just
Yeah,
that's an adopted behavior. That's an adopted.
she
She's
grew up like
experienced
that.
that. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, she grew up in a very abusive household with
Yeah.
her father. And so when she had me, I'm her only child. Like, of course, she don't know how to be a parent, so she just did what
Right.
she was used to doing.
Trial and
So
error.
as I was growing up, yeah. So as I got into a relationship, so, and also like my parents didn't hug me, my parents didn't kiss me, my parents didn't tell me they love me. None of that. I didn't get none of that.
You don't
I
even
got.
know how
I had.
much
I'm
I
gonna tell you
understand
like
your
this.
story.
I had every pair of Jordans that ever came out. I had every Carl Canai outfit. I had every Guess outfit. I had a car when I was 16. I had every material thing I could ever want in my life.
Yep.
But all I wanted was the emotional attachment to my parents that I didn't have.
Do you know why you were getting
And
those physical things? Do you know why they were giving them to you? To
to
make
take the place of not giving me the
exactly.
rest of the
They
stuff.
were making up for not they knew what they were supposed to be giving you, but it wasn't in them. So in order to supplement for not giving you that, Jordans, the Carl Canai, that's what that's about. And
Yeah.
I will say I give them
Yeah.
an E for effort because they knew something was wrong with them and they were trying to make up for it, which lets you know that they knew that what I'm doing is wrong. But it's hard to break out of that after you succumb to it for some decades. It's hard.
Right. So it's a learned behavior. And so for a long time, that's why I was asking you in the chat. I've been married twice. And for a long time, I carried that with me. I was one of those type of people that I was like, well, this is who I am. This is what I've been through. You're going to have to deal with it. Da, 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 da,
I got a
da.
question for you.
Go ahead.
Now, this is going to sound very simple. I don't want you to take it like it's a trick or anything. It is, I'm going to say this the exact way I mean it.
Okay.
When you have a man in your life, do you know how to shut the hell up? I mean, for real, shut the hell up. Give yourself to him and stop bucking.
It's very, very hard.
Shutting the hell up is hard.
Let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it's hard for me as a woman. Because for me, I make decisions or I think off my emotions, right? So I naturally, when something's happened, I naturally want to defend myself. Like I want to say, well, I did this because, and I did that because. And one thing that I learned in therapy was that it doesn't matter why I did what I did. All that matters is how that person felt, right? And so there's no explanation needed. Heck, all that's needed is my bad. I won't do that again. And so that's what I'm learning. So for me, my shut up is, you know what? I'm sorry I did that. I won't do that again. The end.
What? She said, Stacy, seriously, do you want to say it like that to your loving, kind woman? It was a question to her.
Who's your loving, kind woman?
Exactly. I don't know what, you must didn't hear it or something like that. You know it was. So you think that I would tell my woman to shut the hell, man, under certain situations, I would tell my woman, I don't even have to do that stuff. I don't go through, see, because I'm a good picker. I don't have these issues that we talk about up here. I've told people that a million times. I do not have these issues. The women who I pick are so soft, even in the voice, to where that's why I go such long amounts of time, like, yeah, I don't have these issues. I knew better. When I was very young, I had a different definition of what a woman was than what a lot of people do. I looked at people like Marsha Brady, Samantha from Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie. I looked at those as the definition of feminine. So my bar was set relatively high. None of those women that I just named could you ever picture really yelling or getting out or I thought that's what women were. And so when it came time for me to start selecting women, I wasn't really, listen. Yeah. And I'm going to say this too. Listen, I'm going to say this. That has about 70% to do with the success of a relationship. How you picked. Because if you pick the right person, you won't be required to do a lot of work on fixing that person once you get in the relationship. That person will already be very, very close to fixed to your liking. She'll probably have grown up in a 2-parent household, this and that, have a relationship with her dad, this and that, versus you getting one of these broken women off the streets, ratchet woman, already got 2 children, but 2 different men. A lot is going to be wrong with her decision-making process, a lot of things. Go ahead.
I had a question. So, do you date outside of the Black community?
Mother of my children is from India.
So, do you find that? Do you prefer that? Do you prefer to date outside of the Black community?
Last girl I dated was Black. Perfect woman on perfect woman on God's earth.
So, but you definitely feel like we cooked, right? Like the majority of Black women are.
Oh yeah, majority. Yeah. The majority of African American women were already damaged due to the things that we've been through and things like that. The music that they're assaulting us with. Have you guys ever noticed that we don't have many positive figures in the music community? Have you noticed that? Name one. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Name me somebody who's really positive.
No, not now. We don't have.
It's
anybody.
An assault. This is an intentional assault, and our women are eating that stuff up. On top of the breakage of everything that we've been through, they put the after the breakage of everything we went through, the 1980s crack. I don't care what you say. You think none of the 1980s crack epidemic affected you? I'm telling you, it did. Some of the people who you're closest with, some of your family members, the way they talk, motherfucker, and all of that came from a place, and the more you hung around them, some of it trickled down to you. Some of the men you've dated, their mom or their grandmom was on it, and this and that, and some of the teachings that came by way of that. See, because that 1980s crack epidemic thing, it did so much damage to the people to where they adopted certain survival instinct teachings that just aren't true. Like, as long as I got my rent and my bills paid, I'm good. That's a bullcrap teaching I've always told people that our people used to say. How come my rent and my bills can't be paid and I got $500,000 in the bank? That's just an example, right. But there was a lot of other teachings that came by that your mom might have taught you some of them, things like that. Listen, you don't know why her temper's the way it is. How come they weren't? That crack epidemic did a lot to us. And then after the crack epidemic, then they slaughtered us with music. They slaughtered us. Music was the nail in the coffin. It was the nail in the coffin. So, the women who I date, they don't even listen to that. The last woman, I can't believe that bald-head nigga left me. I ought to call her right now, man. Crank call.
Wait, why y'all break up, Stacey? Why y'all break up?
But let me see. Matter of fact, hold on. Now I think about it. I tell people this. Listen to me when I say this. Listen to me. Mm-hmm. The last 3 women I dated were perfect women here on earth. Here on earth. When men can bag women of this caliber, it causes you to take those situations for granted. It really does. And you think that those situations are going to always be there. You think that because of how sprung this girl is on you, how this girl thinks the world of you. And I got projects. I build things. I'm also an inventor. I build things. I have things going on. And I'm thinking, I know she wants my time, this and that, but I'm wrapped up in my projects, right? And I'm telling myself, she said I don't have time for her, so she wants to. She can't do this anymore. I'm telling myself, as soon as this project is done, I'm going right back and get her because it happened that way twice. Okay, so she wasn't available no more. So then I moved on to another thing that I had in my life. She had always been amazing, but things like that was happening to me. Like, and it took probably for the last one who I had the longest history with. Yeah, and listen, I'm telling you, hey, I'm gonna say this, fellas. Don't you think you can take really good women for granted for too long? Because you can't. These are women who are crazy about me, and they can women as they get older, they start thinking about, listen, I'm such and such age, and it's time for me to be with the person I'm gonna be with for the rest of my life. So sometimes the caliber of women I am interested in, these are the caliber of women who they are smart enough to think about the future, and they're not gonna let you play games. They're not gonna play. Listen, one of them, it took me. How long do you think it took me? The first one who I have the longest history with. How long do you think it took me to get to touch her body?
Let's see, maybe 6 months.
10 years.
Oh, okay.
10 years of back and forth. She has some standards. Yeah, like, and see, this is the argument that I give to people. This is the argument that I give to people when when you've often heard me talk about who's responsible for bringing a child in this world. It's the woman, 100%. Look how that girl did me. How can I make her a baby mama if this girl ain't cracking them legs? She wouldn't do it.
She wanted you to marry. She was waiting on marriage, or she was waiting for you to marry her, or to.
No, she wanted commitment.
Oh, okay.
I'm the man. I'm that nigga in L.A. and okay, that nigga. Okay.
Well, at least but at least you didn't lie to her to get what you wanted, because and I'm not saying, but I feel like sometimes a lot of men they know you want, and I think you talked about that before, but they know you want commitment, so they will pretend to be committed to you so they can, have smiths or whatever.
Well, I mean, if men were getting the caliber of women that I get, I think probably a lot of men would find such high value in these women that you would probably feel bad about doing them wrong. These are those type of women, soft women, very feminine women, right? Women, one of them, she's got 9 bodies in her life. You know what I'm saying? And the other one has less. Now I'm just thinking about that. The other one, yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. This is why I tell you guys, the picking is like the most important part. It's the most important part. Listen, one of them I can call her right now and say I'm ready. But that's a lot of commitment. This is something else I tell men. Before you lie to women, think about you're playing with somebody's life. You really, really are. The moment that you tell that woman, I'm ready to get serious, and you don't believe it, you just, you ain't had an actual companion in quite some time, and that, she's going to always be there and this and this and that, and you probably had a lot. Listen, the moment that you tell that woman that I want to be in a serious thing with you, a sense of relief, of pressure comes off of that woman's shoulder. Because a lot of women who have good sense, they start being realistic about themselves, that I'm this and that age and, I don't have nobody. The moment you call and say, I'm down with it, you take a lot of pressure off of her shoulders. So when you're on that bull crap, what do you think it does to her 6 months later when you abandon that situation? You throw her right back out there and her clock starts right over. And that's BS. One thing I don't want to do, I believe some real bad karma comes back to men for playing with girls. Playing with good women like that, I think some messed up karma comes back to people for that.
It does.
I'm not with it. I don't want to be a bad person, period, anyway. You know what I mean? Shout out to my girl Samara over here sending the love to my girl. I appreciate it. Just now seeing you. How you been, love? You been all right? Summer down there keeping her foot on their necks.
Definitely is.
Let me see. Hold on. Oh, what? Nicole. Oh, that's not my ex. My ex-husband makes Stacy sound like a saint, regardless of perspective. That's a good thing. That's how you keep a woman in. See, women have to be kept under control. They really do. Do you disagree with that?
They have to be. You see, you. I hate when you want me to answer yes or no, but kept under control.
Women have to be controlled. Yes. Men must have control over a woman to keep her from doing effed up things, even to herself. A woman is an emotional ball of fire, is what I call it.
Yeah. We're gonna make an emotional decision real quick.
Yeah, and might not even meant to be a bad person, but you done did something and you had too much alcohol and you done kissed a nigga in the bar. Like, doesn't mean you went out thinking that. You're actually a better person than that. But that's how unstable a woman is. She can be lured into doing something like that. And you guys have to be, a man has to have control over a woman to even save her from herself. Stacy, do you think in the black community, what, Bishop? I'm saying in general, would you say it like that to your significant other? Yeah, if she's getting out of pocket, I'll tell her to shut the hell up. I'll snatch her up too. Yes. Yes.
Don't be snatching up women.
It's the best part of the job. A couple of times I've had to do it. You know what I heard immediately after I laid my point across?
What?
Down there reaching for my belt buckle. Like, listen, if we're going to be honest about it, women love being put in their place by the man that they're with. They love it. It's an aphrodisiac. It can turn into some of the best sex you guys have experienced in your relationships. A man is to dominate a woman. That's his sole purpose. A man is to dominate and lead a woman throughout their life journey. You disagree?
Not physically.
I mean, just dominate, period. Okay, so when you get out of pocket, how do I get you back in pocket? When you cursing and you've been drinking, how do I get you back in pocket? I said don't do it again.
I don't drink.
Don't call me a mother effer. Stop it.
Let me tell you what's the craziest thing about me.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
I'm going to tell you.
No.
I will not argue. Listen, hear me out. I will not argue in person with, like, the person that I'm dating. I have never had an argument with him in person. I will only argue with him over the phone. And it's crazy. So
chicken.
Exactly. All the time, like we'd be arguing on the phone. And he'd come to my house and he'd be like, "So what you got to say?" I'm like, "Nothing. I don't got nothing to say." I said, I don't know. I never argue with him in person ever.
That's smart. But I will say this to you. That's smart. But I will say this also. Men carry that phone conversation over in their database until they see you next. It makes us feel some type of way. And when we see you, hey, you know I'm not going for that BS. That's that phone call the other night. You know I'm not playing that. My bro says, Stacy, would you say women in the black community, black women as a whole, have issues submitting 1,465 million%? They've been programmed to think that we're equal. How can you submit to someone who's your equal? You can't. If you go to the army and you have just as much stripes as one person and he says, get down on the ground and give me 50, maggot, you're going to look at him like, nigga, is you crazy? I got the same rank as you. What are you talking about? And they've been led to believe that men and women are equal. We're not equal. There's nothing about us that's equal. Men maneuver around this world better than women do. You disagree with that?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Men maneuver around in this world better than women do. The trouble you guys get into is crazy. Listen, imagine this. Imagine going to another planet. Listen, imagine going to another planet and they point out this group of women right here, they all have hangnails on their toes. This group of women right here, they all glue other people's hair in their head. Now, this group of women right here, whenever they're out in the world, they take out a razor and they slit themselves for no reason. Which one of those would you suggest was the craziest?
You said hangnails? What?
One group of women have hangnails on their toes. One group of women staple other people's hair in their head. But there's another group of women who every time they're just walking around out, oftentimes in society, when they're walking around out society, they pull out a razor and they just slice themselves. Which of one of those would you say was the craziest?
I feel like they all crazy.
Nope, give me one.
I would probably say you said staple. Wait, you said staple hair into their head, like with a stapler?
No, hair weave, whatever.
Oh, I would say the people that cut themselves.
Okay, that's what you guys do. That's the magnitude of what you guys are doing when you're out in society bringing back 3 children by 3 different men, and it's crazy to us. We can't fathom how someone could do that much damage to themselves. It's like walking out in society. Every time you're out in society, slit. You do damage to your guys' self. Do you agree that per every child that a woman has, it brings her dating value down?
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's like slit.
Yes.
And we can't understand why you guys do it.
I was just talking to my staff, one of my staff today, and I was telling her, like, you don't have to leave every relationship with a baby. Like,
yeah.
wow. It's not like you get a baby. You don't have to leave every relationship you don't have to leave with a baby. You just don't. But for some reason, a lot of women do.
Well, we're going to be honest about this. A lot of these aren't. A lot of these aren't relationship babies. These are smash babies. A lot of these women. Shout out to my girl Brandy over here, my long lost. A lot of you guys are just having casual sex, and by way of it, there's children coming into this world. That's why most of these kids don't have fathers. It's not that you guys are getting into relationships and then the guy just leaves. You guys are having sex with men who a lot of times you don't even know their last name, which is why the rate at which you guys take fetuses to the clinic is so high. Do you know what it takes to have gotten rid of 19 million fetuses? Do you know how preposterous that is since 1974? That is crazy. 19 million fetuses.
That's a lot.
It's an epidemic. It is. That's an epidemic. Mm-hmm. All right, get off. I'm gone.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Like it is to me, baby. Said I want to make it good to you. Put your body right next to me. All right, people. We at the 3-hour mark. We about to go ahead and wrap the show up. Baby. Hold on, Summer, you married now, ain't you? What are you talking about? Listen, you've been playing too. You've been rocking with me for too long for you not to be come up here. Put your body right next to me. Don't really know the rest of the words to that either, but I try to put it together. Samara in this situation supporting the show like... But yeah, Bishop, I think most African American women are unruly at high levels. And even though, look at the women that we have who get it put in prestigious positions. They still have a nigger mentality. Look at Jasmine Crockett. It's just crazy. Poor representation of what a black woman should be looked at like. Yes, yes, yes. Said I wanna make it good to you. Ooh. Put your body right next to me. Put your body right next to. Hey, yeah, Mike. Hey, I seen that. I was like, this boy really is trying to get canceled. Listen, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Charleston White really can be canceled. I don't think he can. You know what? And now that I think about it, I think it is because most of his content really doesn't take place on his platform. His is guest appearances on other people's. He did say that. He did say that. But that is a good point, too, what Charleston White said. The reason is because and for those of you who haven't been paying attention to the show, listen, they're about to try to pass I don't know if it's a bill or what, but they're about to try to pass it to where if you say anything bad about Charlie Kirk online, you could lose your driver's license, get kicked out of school, all of this stuff. That's crazy. I think even suggesting something like that is worse than Charlie Kirk's death alone. That's removing so many rights. That's like, basically, you're forcing us to worship who you worship. Even if I don't even agree with most of Charlie Kirk is cool until he starts talking about the black community. Stay over there. Talk about the issues that you have, right? Or talk about both. You can talk about both of the issues in the black community as long as you incorporate some of the things like the things that I listed yesterday that are taking place at high levels in the white community. But the reason you omit those and leave those out is because you don't want to make your own race look bad, but you don't mind making ours look bad is the issue that I have. Now, back to what you were saying. Listen, back to what you were saying. To even suggest something like that is so crazy because why are you attempting to force me to hold Charlie Kirk at such high esteem when I have relatives who have passed away? I don't have to love Charlie Kirk more than I love my grandfather, more than I love my uncle, right? They're saying if you say something bad about Charlie Kirk on the internet, and these a state representative talking like this, if you say something bad about Charlie Kirk online, listen, let me read this again. Put your body right next. Check this out now. I'm going to use congressional authority and every influence with big tech platforms to mandate immediate ban for life of every post and commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If they ran their mouth with their smart-ass hatred celebrating the heinous murder, hey guys, I need you guys to hit F1 and drop fruits down in the comment. I just said a word that might get us banned. Hit F1 for me, TikTok, and ran their mouth about the heinous unaliving of that beautiful young man who dedicated his life to delivering respectful conservative truth. His truth wasn't my truth. I don't have to look at him like he was telling the truth if I don't believe he was. That sounds like high-level slavery. If you can really implement something like that to where we have to agree with what you agree with, say what you want to say, view people how you view them, that will start a civil war. That's crazy. So I'm going to lean forward in this fight, demanding that big tech companies have zero tolerance for violent political hate content. The user be banned from all platforms forever. I'm also going after their business license and permitting their business will be blacklisted aggressively. That they should be kicked out from every school. Their driver's license should be revoked. I'm basically going to cancel with extreme prejudice these evil, sick animals who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm going to say this. He's a demon, straight from the... He's a demon for even suggesting something like that. He's basically saying, I'm going to rule you guys' life. Even Donald Trump's not crazy enough to say something like that. Who would even write something like this? He should lose his job for even suggesting something like this. He should be put in prison for even making a statement like that. You're going to make us believe what you want us to believe, so I have to believe that he was spreading respectful truth? I got to believe that because you said so? Are you crazy? Representative Clay Higgins. He's got to be slow of learning. That was dumb to even put that up there. Put your body right. I said put it up there. Pete Hegseth said the Pentagon is tracking all employees and military personnel who celebrate or mock the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We are tracking all these very closely and will address immediately. America's turning into a bad place to be. It really is. How can you implement a law that takes freedom of speech away? These people are sick, disgusting, vile people straight from the pits of hell. You're going to make me feel the way you feel about an individual. So I say that any woman or man who speaks ill of the late, great Kevin Samuels, take their driver's license away, right? Kick them out of schools. You see how stupid that shit sounds? Mermaid. Appreciate the support. See, this is what I'm saying. This is why I was telling you guys that blacks and whites are not, well, most people know blacks and whites are not equal. Blacks are second or third hand citizens in America. We could never make statements like that from positions of power. That would sound crazy to everybody. That would sound crazy to everybody who heard it. You're going to kick people out of schools. What if somebody legitimately wanted to hate Charlie Kirk? How the hell are you going to tell somebody they can't hate somebody? Are you retarded? So now we don't have a right to dislike whoever we want to dislike. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? Morons. Those posts are worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm not going to say assassination. That man got KILL'd. I didn't hold him like some great prestige. Like, that's Charlie Kirk is who it was. No different than Kevin Samuels. That's it. He had a podcast. Let me see something. Baby. Said I wanna make it good to you. Oh. Dictionary definition. Well, that's not the dictionary definition. Merriam-Webster. The life-taking or sudden or secret attack, often for political reasons, the act or an instance of assassinating someone such as a prominent political leader. Would Charlie Kirk be considered a political leader? He didn't even have a position. Yeah, that doesn't qualify as assassination. Get the hell out of here. So they're trying to make it to where you can't say what you want to say about Charlie Kirk. I wonder, does that apply to black people too? Which we know it probably doesn't. Charlie Kirk just recently said Martin Luther King is not as great as we make it seem. So should his driver's license have gotten taken away? Right? And he was more of a political figure than Charlie Kirk was. People are crazy. Yeah. Yeah. My girl said, that's ridiculous. So that means freedom of speech will be no more, which is what Charlie Kirk had the privilege of using. That's one of the biggest things that they were saying was the atrocity of his life getting taken for freedom of speech. So now you're saying you're going to take that very thing that you... So that means it won't be an atrocity of why he lost his life anymore then, right? Crazy. See, and that's what I tell you guys about racism. That's racism. That's racism. See, because look at it like this. I'll say it's more foolishness than racism, but it is directed in a certain direction. If one of the biggest travesties about Charlie Kirk's losing his life was that he should have had the right to speak whatever he wanted to, freedom of speech, but afterwards you start removing people's ability to say what they ever want, or just say it like this. Just say it like either whites or either Charlie Kirk should have the freedom of speech, but nobody else. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't have a driver's license, so what? Dorsey down there, a fool. Enjoy the cancel culture you all wanted. Shout out to my brother Ricky over here in this situation. Listen, people, we have a listen, we have a monthly, a nightly kick-in of $50 a night for our super chats and things. We are nowhere close to that, people. And that's the disgrace to the hottest show online. We've been up here for 3 hours, people. We got to do better than that. Show love to the show, people. You guys see it down there. Let's get us close to our $50 a night threshold, people. It's $50. 10 people with $5 something, or actually 40. 10 people with $4. Let's get it going, people. Let's get it going, people. Let's meet that threshold. I'm going to tell you guys, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people who are upset that the man who did that was a white man. There's a lot of people who are upset about that because now they can't release their anger out on anyone justifiably. Lone Star. That would have been all the reason they need to start sniping African Americans walking down the street. That's what they wanted. Shout out to my bro Ricky coming in supporting the show. You already know, my guy. Appreciate you. White on white crime. They hate that. Because really they needed somebody to blame. I'm going to tell you something else that's hated. That they're going to have to take one of their own and crucify him. Young 22-year-old boy. Usually in white America, hey, Dorsey down there talking that talk that I've been telling y'all about. They still going to do it. I've been told you guys. You guys had better start getting prepared to be able to handle yourselves. I'm telling you. They're just looking for an excuse to lash out at the black community. Who was that? Was it a journalist? Who was that? Shout out to my girl Brandy over here coming in, kicking the door down with some show support. I appreciate you, sweetie. My girl. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, people. Let's get us up there to our $50 a night threshold. Rock with us like we rock with you. We need to get us $35 more. We'll meet our threshold, people. Let's go. Let's go. 7 people with $5 or however you want to put it together. Let's get it going, people. Support the show. Rock with us like we rock with you. Listen, who was that woman? Who was that woman who, when his life got taken, she went on air and said, Democrats need to pay for this and this and this and that. Like, that's another thing that I take up with this Democrat versus Republican, liberal, all of that stuff. That shows me that you're trying to attack a specific group of people. Why don't you say, the hell, let that. Shout out to Mike over here supporting the TikTok. I appreciate it. My people over here on TikTok showing out with their support. We'll fit up in this piece. Listen, this stuff with Republicans, Democrats, like, I think when somebody says Democrats have to pay for this, like, that's really their way of saying blacks, right? Blacks are primarily Democrats. How come something happened in your community and black people have to pay for it? Are you that scared to condemn white America? It was a white man that took that man's life. And I'm going to say this again. I'm going to get off of this. I'm going to say this again. Black people have been programmed with fear. Black people have been programmed with fear. Like we're. I'm not even going to get into that. Shout out to Charles over here in this situation, supporting the show, keeping us going. My people, my people. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. My people over here getting it together. Hey, I don't care if you give our show a thumbs down. Give me 5 more people to do it. Don't you know that that's engagement? Don't care. Like, that bothers me. That just lets me know that you're interacting. Like it feels to me, baby. Ooh. We got 3 thumbs down tonight. I don't care. That's engagement, fool. I wanna make it good to you. Shout out to Mike over here in this piece, rocking with us. I appreciate the gifts. Let me make sure I ain't leaving nobody out. Yeah, no doubt, Mary. They already. Listen, my bro down here setting this mother F off. You know when they go nuts, we go nuts too. Shout out to my bro Orlando in this situation down here dropping bombs with the 5-0. I guess we about to kick it for a minute then, people. I guess we're about to kick it for a minute. I appreciate you, man. Much love, my brother. Much love. Dorsey, anybody wants to come up? I'm dropping a link down there right now in the chat. Like it feels to me, baby. Ooh. Said I want to make it good to you. We got to be politically friendly, though, because you know they're acting a fool, trying to shut channels down and everything. Listen, I got to pull this up again because I know a lot of you guys don't believe it, just like I don't. Like, I'm telling you, I believe this is worse than Charlie Kirks losing his life alone. Look at this. I am going to use congressional authority and every influence that I have. Let me see something. Ooh. What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, how good? Hey, good afternoon, brother. How you doing?
Oh man, life is good, man. How you feeling?
Oh man, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm
Oh,
blessed. So I'm always blessed.
come on, man. Come on, man. So listen, you've been paying attention, man, to the they're talking like if they catch something, they're about to use congressional powers to where if they catch somebody speaking ill of Charlie Kirk online or anything like that, they can suspend your driver's license. They can get you banned forever off of social media. You be kicked out of schools. Your business, if you have one, will be blacklisted. If you seen that?
Yeah, I seen that, bro. And then they talk about ain't no racism here in America,
That's
right?
crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Check this out. When them 3 Democrats got shot, what, a
Right,
couple
right,
months ago,
right,
they was up there clapping their hands and all
right.
that. They know who they are. The repugnant. Y'all call them Republicans. I call them repugnant.
Yeah.
So when every time something happened, they always play the victim. But when stuff happened to us, oh, he deserved it. Why didn't he comply? Why didn't he do this?
Oh, it's
You know, they
crazy.
always. And then for Donald Trump to go on national TV and say we are raised to be criminals. Check
Donald
this
Trump
out,
said
my
that?
brother. I'm 60. Yeah, he said that. He said that day before yesterday. He was
Donald
talking about
Trump
the
said
girl who
that
got
about
stabbed in the neck. The girl, the Ukrainian girl that got stabbed in the neck.
Donald Trump said we were raised to be criminals.
Yep.
Surprised I ain't
Google
hear
it.
about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro.
See,
That's
it's
crazy.
see. You can say something like that. That's so. Listen, that is a slap in the face to every decent, law-abiding, hard-working African American man. That's a slap into the face.
Hey, bro, that's how they are.
But listen to what they're
Okay,
not talking
this is
about. When these schools get lit up, you don't hear them say stuff like that.
yeah. You never do, right? When they go out there on them, when those young white boys go out there on them shooting sprees with rifles and what the AR-15
Yeah.
and all that. They never say about their criminality. It's always, oh, he had a mental breakdown, right? It's always mental illness when it comes to their kids killing us or killing their own kind. Oh, he got mental breakdown and all that. But when it's us, he's just evil. He was raised that way. And that's what I've been observing for the last 63 years on this earth. Understand this, bro. Mega Evers was a family friend of ours. I'm from Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. They gunned that man down in his front yard in front of his wife and daughters.
Man, I'm ashamed to say, man, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Well, Mega Evers was the black guy who went to Ole Miss University,
Okay.
and they had to get federal troops to protect him. And while he went home to visit his wife and kids, some white coward gunned him down in his front yard in front of his wife. He was getting out the car. He had just got home. They gunned him down.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I had a good conversation with a woman. I don't know if Miss Claire was white or black down there today, but I have a good conversation. You know, I often enjoy the conversations where we get to explain to people what we really deal with, man. Like, it's not fair here. And I'm not no crybaby because I'm a winner. I'm a champ. I can't be stopped, right? But what I am saying is, man, you know, when you breed some pit bulls to be very aggressive and things like that, and then they have a litter of pups, and then you teach those litter of pups to have aggression in them, and then once you change your life and you no longer want to be into pit bull breeding, and you look around and you start condemning all of the aggressive pit bulls that you bred, calling them animals and things like that, that's crazy. What you see in black people was done to us. This was done. I grew up hearing people say this. Name another community that could have survived what black people have had to survive here in America. They would be messed up, man. They would be messed up. When they pushed that crack through black communities, man, I watched it with my own eyes. That thing did a number. That thing did a number.
Yeah, I saw it too, brother. I live here in L.A.
Oh,
I live
okay.
here in L.A. I
That's where
moved
I'm
out here
at.
to L.A. Yeah, I'm over in the valley near CSUN.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so understand this. I went to my mom and dad were school teachers. Okay, my mom had a PhD. My dad had a master's degree.
Okay.
I went to Jackson State University on a full scholarship at 16. My
Hey, hold
parents
on real
pulled some
quick, bro. Hold on
strings.
real quick, bro. He really said that. I gotta investigate, man. I can't.
I told you. I told you. So if that ain't a wake-up call to Black America, I don't know what is.
I'm refusing to believe he just said.
Now that's the president. When he was in the private sector, when he was a private citizen, hey, he had the right to say what he ever had to say. But he's saying this as president of the United States of America.
They won't even think about it the next day. Governor Westmore is firing back, escalating.
I gotta see what context he said that in. Because the truth of the matter is, listen, let me ask you this. When he said that, made that statement, was he speaking about that girl losing her life?
Yep.
That means he was talking about black people then.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Okay, so understand this, bro. I went to college. I graduated. Then I went to the United States Marine Corps. Okay, because I loved America. I love all Americans.
Right, no doubt
but
about it.
I don't love people who don't love me.
Right.
I don't love people who don't love me. You see what I'm saying? So when I sat up and I, through my years, have sent up and watched the hypocrisy of what America's talking about, equal rights, truth, justice, and so forth for everybody, I have seen time and time and time and time, etc., them doing low down shit to black folks.
Listen, I usually don't accept people up here if they don't have a name up here or something, but let me see something.
I thought I put Dorsey in there.
No, it's somebody else. They don't have a name. It's just, I don't know. I'm gonna try it this time. Let me see.
Now, black people have been loyal to the United States.
Hey, hold on, Dorsey. Hey, what's going on?
How are you, sir? Is this Mr. Stacy Prince?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I was just listening in. I actually do a live broadcast also myself, and I just wanted to comment when I can get in there. I don't want to interrupt this gentleman.
Okay, what name you go by?
At Pimp Unslaved. It's Proper Instruction Motivates People. That's the channel.
Okay, are you down there in the comments? Because they didn't put your name up here. I ain't never seen that.
Yeah, no, I didn't even comment. I just figured let me come up and
okay.
You know,
all good. I'm coming right to you. Go ahead, Dorsey.
Well, being the gentleman that I am, I'm going to concede and let you speak, bro. I don't want to suck up all the air in the room, so I'm going to let you talk, young man.
Thank you, sir. So essentially, I think there's a bigger story here, and feel free to cut me off at any time if you think I'm just crazy or too far out there.
Talk to me.
This idea that, because we do the us versus them, right? I don't like the us versus them. I like the recognition of the fact that we all have numbers and a chain of title and a status and standing that puts us separate from, legally, our God-given rights, right? Mm-hmm. So essentially, we've all been turned into elements of a corporation. And we've had our property and our rights interfered with, right? So pretty much what I do is to reveal that to everybody, right? By going to court, you know, getting these folks on record, color aside, you know, because there's all colors of people involved with this fraud and this scam.
No doubt.
Right. And to me, it is modern day slavery, right? The gentleman was just about to speak about the military, and I believe that's another deception. I think this is all about Shaitan being children of the lie, being part of Babylon, and being involved in a worldwide deception, which we would call statism, right? This idea that if we go to the U.S. code, United States is defined by its own code as a corporation. A United States citizen is defined in U.S. code as a business of the United States, a self-defined corporation. We cannot serve two masters. If we're in the world and of it, and we're corporatized, and we're part of a fascistic fraud, and we've lost our right to pursue our happiness and have property, well, that's an issue we can unite over, color aside, because everybody's involved, right? And now we come back to the foundation of America, right? So the military men have not protected us against enemies, foreign and domestic.
Right.
And the real potential terrorists because by CIA, FBI definition from their stuff, I like to go to their stuff, from their stuff, a terrorist is one who either individually or collectively pushes their political ideology on the individual. That's all of us.
I agree.
Because we got a state that says you got to vote and you only get a choice between two parties. And then you got to pay the slave tax to use your own property. And then you got to ask permission to use your car and pay for that. And then you got to register your body and your child and get permission from the state to use that how you want and upkeep it how you want. And you can't collect rainwater and you need a license to fish and surf. And we can go all the way down the line. So I don't care how lily white your ass is at this point, and I don't care how black as night it is. We are all on the plantation of Social Security, okay? And this idea of statism, and this idea of corporatism and fascism, and this idea that none of us completely have our rights under God the way we were supposed to as Americans. We've all been duped and hoaxed. And the majority of folks just keep begging for it and keep paying for it and keep voting for masters, color aside. I don't care what face is on a new world order, black or white. It's still new world order.
But listen, let me interject really quick. Let me challenge you really quick. I agree with what you're saying. I haven't found anything to. I'm rocking with it. But wouldn't you agree that under this establishment that you're talking about, that clearly we are all under, wouldn't it be easier? Wouldn't life be a little bit better for one party if they I know we're all not receiving our God-given rights, things like that, but isn't life a little bit better for the people who have more freedoms than the other people?
I don't know. I guess you would.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Experience, right?
Let me give you an example. I know people
contend that might be my experience.
Hold on. Let me give you an example. Do you believe that this is true or false? Myself, we can take a 40-year-old white man, a 40-year-old black man. Both of them have the same criminal history, right? Both of them get caught with a half ounce of crack. Do you believe one of them is going to experience a significantly different penalty?
Potentially, yeah. I'm not going to say all places, all times, but I don't doubt or deny that there may be an element of systemic racism or unfair sort of punishments for the same non-crime, right? But the issue comes back to the same idea that it's not a crime. If there's
hold on, somebody who is that? Somebody got
I think that's him.
Hey, Dorsey. Hold on, never mind. I got it. All right, go ahead. I can hear you now.
So yeah, again, we could do that, and I'll concede to that, just because even if whether it's true or not, I don't even want to argue over that. What my argument would be is we need to let everybody go and not be putting anybody in the private prisons, color aside, to generate revenue for a corporation when there is no claimant on the other side. If there's no loss, injury, and harm, and there's nobody who shows up to court, and on every one of these documentations, we have the state of as the claimant.
Right.
That is fraud, sir. This is what I do. I've been to court half a dozen times in the last 5 years, and I've gotten dismissals every time, whether I show up or not, because I understand process and procedure. So again, we can go back to 8th grade civics. You got to be able to face your accuser. And 95% or more of these cases, you got a state of who can never take the stand and never show up to point somebody out and say, that person wronged me, that person harmed me. Right? So this is all fraud. This is all illegitimate.
I agree.
This is all RICO under U.S. code. This corporation has taken over this land and deceived all peoples to believe that it is in fact the government, when it is nothing more than a mere corporation using private prisons and mockery of a courtroom in order to enslave a whole generation of folks.
Thus, our birth certificates and our social security numbers.
Right. And we can argue over who's getting better treatment in the prison, and I'll concede that argument, but it don't matter, because at the end of the day, we're all in the same boat here, and we all got to work with each other to free ourselves from Babylon.
Okay, but hold on. I'm in agreement with a lot of your philosophies, but here's the issue. The only reason that I brought up the better treatment is because if one group is receiving treatment that makes their lives easier right here in this country, they don't have the incentive to band together. Like, hey, I'm good.
Now watch this. You could talk about white privilege, and I might agree with you, but what you think makes it more convenient makes these people more soft and weaker.
I agree with that. I agree.
Because I'm Irish and Italian, you could call me a white boy, but it is, but it isn't, right? But we won't get into that because the white people with all the money don't consider me white like them. So I'm somewhere in the middle ground, right? The reality of it is I grew up in a situation where it was predominantly black and Latino. I've seen firsthand how folks who are under the thumb of oppression and repression and slavery have become stronger people.
I agree
and
1,000%.
They're actually more free-willed and free-spirited. I actually respect them more than I do, and I'm going to use this term here, but I don't even really feel that way. But just for conversation's sake, my people.
Right. I agree with you 100%. Listen,
now,
let me ask you this. How did you get subjected to this? I'm not going to call it a hobby, this interest of yours. What led you down this pipeline?
This is a life purpose at this point, sir. This is beyond a hobby. This is beyond an occupation. This is beyond getting paid or not paid. This is essentially one aspect of what I'm formed to do here, right? I don't think anybody could deny it who's been a part of this experience. So this is essentially a by God thing, right? This is a universe thing. This is an idea whose time has come, and I'm just here carrying that flag.
And so you found your purpose then. Like I tell people, that is a weapon. That is a weapon. When a person really finds that, oftentimes people come up here and we hear them say things like, Mr. Stacy, I just wish God could help me find my purpose, things like that. That's very, very unfortunate because, see, once a person goes through all of the experiences of our life experience and they mess around and they bump into their purpose, the assignment God has for them, you can push the right to the right to the side. You could push the left to the side and focus like a laser on that thing, and it will become a massive weapon. If you can push all of your energy towards your purpose, it won't have any choice but to turn into a weapon.
Right, and I believe that there's a good chance that my purpose is not just my purpose because I am that am, right? We're all oneself on the highest level, you could argue. On the lowest level, the only gap is perspective, communication, understanding, and actions, right? Knowledge manifests into action is wisdom.
I love it.
So I think the wisdom will prevail, right? If we seek the understanding, seek the truth to be set free, and then with our good faith and our honorability, walk that path and put in the steps, right? You can tell what we all really want by what we're doing, what we're putting our time, energy, attention on, right? So, yeah, man, I believe that's what the last 5 years was about, and lockdowns and shots and the left first right and tearing the country apart and the corporate takeover and all the rest of it. It's all revelation, just like in scripture, right? This is revelation of our time. Of who and what we are, what we've always been meant to be versus what we become because we're born into this world and become of it. And now we're coming out. We're walking out one by one because we realize there's no power in that, right? The deception is that we live in and of the world and we get power. We become powerless, right? Because we lose our soul. What gaineth a man if he profit the world and lose his soul? It's all right there.
Right.
The game has not changed. Not even the names have changed, right? They call me Paul. It's the same names right there in the scripture.
Listen, I got a question for you. I got a complex one for you.
Go ahead.
There's no doubt about it. I stand firm on it on this channel. There is no victim mentality on this channel. This is a channel of accountability and doing better, right? Black people really do have some effed up behavior. Not all, of course, but if you look across through our women throughout America, they're like zombies. They all wear the long ratchet fingernails. They're very aggressive, things like that. Black men were taking each other's lives. We know that this is factual. And I'm going to tell you something. There's probably every black person down here can agree. Even black people have come to a place to where we look at some of this stuff on social media. When we see our women doing these debaucherous behaviors, it disgusts us at higher levels than what a lot of people would believe because we talk about it, right? But the reason we're able to have empathy for them is because we know what happened to them. We know what the 1980s crack epidemic did to us. We saw it, we experienced it, we lived it. We know people who were smoking that thing back then in the 80s who are on their 7th time trying to kick the habit today. I was just on the phone with my brother talking. I said, what happened to so-and-so? Oh, man, he's still messing around. That's how powerful that thing was. It removed mothers and fathers out of the homes, and it caused people to be raised by themselves, raised in dysfunction. A lot of the girls got touched when they were younger. So my question to you is, I get what you're talking about in this unity thing. I definitely get what you're talking about.
You want to know why that is spiritually, I believe?
Hold on. I'm going to come back to that.
Go ahead.
With this behavior that is a real behavior that the world can see. How can you unite with other races of people when they see this behavior, but they can't acknowledge or give the empathy that I don't know if I want to say is required, but that they can't acknowledge, well, yeah, they do some really messed up things, but here's why. How do you unite or come to a brotherhood, sisterhood with people who don't understand this behavior that they're seeing?
The bridge is accountability, responsibility through understanding, and it's not dependent on color. There is only one race here, the human race. There's different colors of humans, right? So we have to dispel that notion of multiple races. You know, we're all humans. We're different colors of humans. So there's one race here, you know, same species, all that. There's different cultures. And the more that we live and go into New World Order, the more the lines are blurred, right? OnlyFans is everywhere now. We got little white women running around here in high school now, just barely out of high school, pimping and hoeing. So we have to understand, I believe, and again, I'll be the white boy, the Irish and Italian. I'm just talking spiritually now because this is color aside. But I've heard black folks say to me, well, the melanated people, and we go back to Egypt in the beginning of time, and we're the ones in the scripture, and we're the chosen people. Okay, then live all that. Understand that you're here to lead, right? And understand that if you are the most powerful color of people in this race, because you are the most free-spirited and free-willed, right? And you have that connection to the Son and God and all that, well, then it would make sense the devil would come for you more than any other people. So when you see that quote unquote black culture, that's not really black culture because it's not African culture.
I agree.
It's that political science, tearing a community apart, destroying the individual, let the devil get to them because they're scared of, we go back to NWA, fear of a black planet, right? They're afraid that the black man is finally
public enemy. No, listen, brother, we spoke about that. We spoke everything you're saying at the beginning of this show.
I didn't even hear that and see that. So if you did, then that's just a synchronicity proving that color aside. Doubt. If you saw me, right, I'm pink with brown spots, you know, Irish and Italian. But, you know, we all grew up together. So ultimately, the truth is the truth. The game is the game. The understanding is the understanding, the application, all that, right? People are people. So again, the bridge is accountability, responsibility, and understanding, and you're going to pull people from both sides, and you're going to make enemies from both sides. So because color aside, it's just the way people are, right? Go ahead.
I want to rebuttal you with this. I get what you're saying. You're talking in text of how it should be. I agree with you. But in America, we are divided by race because we all have different circumstances. I don't think we're going to be able to get around that race thing because they just showed me a clip. I'm going to have to go back and see the context of it. Like, Donald Trump said these criminals, they were born to be criminals. Now, he was talking about a specific race of people. So I understand what you're saying from a spiritual aspect because that is my life. The Lord, my God, Jehovah, that is our existence. That's what our focus should be. But the attacks are coming by way of races. You see what I'm saying? The violence is coming by way of races. So we have to address, like if we say pickle, we address it as a pickle to identify it. So that's right, what the races are. But part of the attack
is the being comes here to kill, steal, and destroy through deception. So its attacks, direct attacks, are really just meant to take your time, energy, and attention and redirect it, right? Because again, the whole name of the game is how do we get, if we want to say the black man or just man in general, right? Because Jesus wasn't talking to black people and white people. He was talking to people who could hear and see and feel, color aside, right? So the devil doesn't come to just black people and white people. The devil comes to everybody because he wants to kill, steal, and destroy and take your soul. And it's going to play everybody off against themselves and each other, however it can, wherever it finds a chink in the armor, right? So, yeah, I just think that we need to understand that part of this is the sucking of the time, energy, attention, and giving time, energy, attention to just these thought forms that we can't just do and be and have better. Because I would say you and many others are probably an example of that. Or just as myself, right? Color aside, we may come from a checkered past or a troubled beginning. We may have turned that into something better for ourselves and others because where there's a will, there's a way, and there's a living God, right? And God helps those who help themselves. So I think that is the good news, right? We can acknowledge all these other aspects. I'm not going to deny them, and I'm not going to play games about them. But I just think if we're going to show everybody the bottomless pit, we got to remind them they got wings.
No doubt about it. I can respect that. I think the trouble, that the dynamic that's posing the most complications, man, is like, I don't think people know to what extent black people are broken. And I'm talking about no different if you drop a light bulb and it shatters. A lot of people don't understand that we are seeing walking, malfunctioning human beings. You know, we can do all of the research, you know. Black people don't even demonstrate to the world we love each other, right? So I don't think that you can, a portion can if they get their heads together, but I don't think that you can come into a brother and sisterhood with other demographics of people until you learn to love yourself. Look at what's going on in the black community, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, our black men are the only men in America who do not have a woman that they can call their own. Our women have rebelled, like the scriptures talk about. You know the scriptures, they rebelled so tough to where, this is one thing that I agree with Charlie Kirks used to say, but in my personal opinion, he used to use it in a negative context. It is essential that children are raised with a father in the house. It is essential because there's going to be lack of nutrition right there. There's going to be lack of fatherly nutrition, intellectual nutrition right there. But then that's not it. As the child grows up and has to start experiencing its experiences on its own, even one of the worst parts that people don't know is one of the worst parts, being raised by a woman, there's significant levels of dysfunction that's going to come through there. And that dysfunction is going to cause that child to encounter bad life experiences. And the bad life experiences are going to translate into psychological damage and dysfunction. And that's what we're seeing throughout the black community. Listen, in the military, for those who have experienced or touched a taste of war, like Vietnam Wars, things like that, when they bring them back, they put them on medications because they have experienced and seen things that human beings really are not supposed to experience and see. Well, the black community, when they experience all of this stuff, listen, you understand how many people got childhood friends where they were sitting next to them when the pop went off, but they didn't get any medication. They didn't receive any help. So you have a bunch of people walking around with pent up anger, hurt, high levels of trauma. And then when you see that in them, it causes the rest of people into society say, ugh. Nobody wants to become into a brotherhood. Nobody wants to come into a sisterhood with that individual. So I think what it is, man, black people are going to have to get their own act together somehow. And I think a significant portion of that is going to go back to what you said. Everybody's not going to make it. But we are going to have to group with those who do understand, those who do have their wherewithal and their capacities intact, and hold ourselves accountable. Stop talking from a victim mindset. Start preaching that we can be anything that we want to be. And the way that we do that is those who have proven that we can be anything we want to be will have to be examples that we can follow after, because everybody's not going to make it. And until we do, people won't be able to respect us and they won't even desire to group with us. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that, and again, I can't talk from a perspective that I'm not able to achieve completely, but I think that we always have a tendency to go to thinking that our experience is only our experience, whatever that group is. I think that there may be an extreme with certain communities that are predominantly black, certain areas, certain situations, but I believe the dynamic you just laid out is present with all people at this time, and an example I give on my broadcast, I have given, is this idea of this movie Fight Club, right? It's Brad Pitt, bunch of white guys, Edward Norton playing the lead role, the synopsis and the synchronicity of the film correlated to what you just said, essentially, is that it's a whole generation of men raised by women, right? Because in the black community, it might be absentee fathers in some communities. In the quote unquote white community, it's fathers who are spending 12 hours a day or more in the office. And then when they come home, they're on the bottle and in the bed, right? So they're there. You got a duality here where you have an opposite experience, is what I call it. You may have a very similar experience that we don't think is a similar experience because it looks the opposite, even though it's very much the same. So you have a abandonment scenario on one hand, and you have a neglect scenario on the other hand, and they both produce similar, if not the same, outcomes. Right? A disempowered male who does not know the law of the universe, who is a follower and listens to worldly men who are in costume, right? Agents of the state, and have this lie that they perpetuate, the legitimacy of authority and the state and the corporation and having a daddy and all the rest of it. Because this is what it really is. It's cosmic abandonment, cosmic neglect, So again, very similar, if not the same dynamic and what it produces, but we can't identify that because a lot of the moving parts look different, right? This is why you have a whole generation of white folks hooked on a bottle, hooked on heroin and fentanyl, hooked on Xanax and all the rest of it, right? Because, as much as it may not show up the same way, again, another way we could look at it is there's passive aggressive. There's a passive dysfunction and there's an aggressive dysfunction. And I contend if you look at the two communities, you'll see the same thing manifest in something that looks very different because a lot of the same reasons. If I'm languaging that out correctly, right?
Well, the reason I disagree with you, I'm not saying other communities don't go through things, because that'd be foolish to even pay attention to a notion like that. Of course, we know that other people who have mothers who have passed away, other people this. So I definitely agree with that. But what I'm telling you is, they turn out better. They grow up more married than we do. So they can't be experiencing what we're experiencing. They grow up more married than we do. They have a higher graduation rate than we do. And so it's different. Council of State said this. Dana said, "What do you mean by black women have rebelled?" Listen, I'm not even going to touch on that. If you don't know the answer to that, you're not even in America.
I think Council of State down there.
Listen, Council of State said lots of people suffer trauma. I'm sick of the victim mentality. We know that I'm not a victim. This is a show about accountability. But I am going to pose a question to you, Council of State. Name me any race of people in all of America who have suffered systematic oppression and trauma like African Americans have. Because it didn't stop. It's not like they went through something and then that, like the Holocaust, they went through that and it's in their past. No, it's still happening in Black America. Mass incarceration is big business. That's why African American men have the highest conviction overturn rate, because they're putting literal fake cases on people sometimes, like literal fake cases. So I understand what you mean, Counsel, when you say lots of people have trauma. This is a different degree of trauma. I'm talking about, listen, to know, I'm going to be honest with you. African American people walk around in society. We know that we're not equal to white people. We know we are second or third class citizens. We cannot do what white people can do. And that's a type of trauma on its own, to know that. We know that, and this goes back to what you were talking about, we know that we're going to have to work 3 to 4 times harder to get where they've gotten. Now, I will give you this. It does turn us into superhumans. I get that. But that's for the ones who are able to pull it off. The ones who aren't, they fall by the wayside and they end up on O Block getting their lives taken or taking people's lives. So the trauma is significantly different. Listen, somebody do this for me. Now, I'm not talking about an isolated incident. Matter of fact, I'm going to give me down in the comments. Give me an example of the average white person's trauma. Give me an example of it. Give me an example of the trauma that the average white person experiences. What? Council of State said, I understand, but the younger generation don't feel the pain of the older. What the hell? Where do you think they got messed up from? You don't just come out the womb messed up like that. It's who you live with. Listen, I'll be honest. I know people who came out of the womb addicted to crack. Oh my gosh, somebody flagged us. I'm waiting for somebody to answer that question though. As for the prisoners, it's equal amounts of both. WNB locked up. As for the prisoners, it's equal amounts of both white and black locked up. Are you crazy? Black people are 13% of the population. I think you have to adjust for the numbers. It's called per capita. That's the same reason that they say African Americans are 13% of the nation, but make up 56% of the MURDERs, right? That's significantly worse. So when you adjust for the population, the 13%, I think that there is close to 1 million black people in prison. But I see no one was able to name what I was talking about. Younger generation is messed up. Do you know what happens? Listen, we've been infiltrated. Listen, hold on. Who's up here?
Proper instruction.
Okay, you still up here. So let me ask you this. Are you aware that rap music has been strategically used to decimate the minds of the people in the black community? I don't know if you've seen it, but you should look at this. It's I think Crazy Bone or Lazy Bone. They laid out. It's like it's not a documentary, but it was an interview that they did where some heads of some record labels were invited to a house out here in California, and the meeting was talking about how rap music was about to take a different avenue because of the privatization of the prison systems. They were made to sign NDAs when they walked in this house. My point is this. What they were talking about was utilizing rap music to create a larger portal into the prison systems because these people had invested in privatized prison systems. Are you aware of anything like that? Do you believe that rap music has been weaponized to control people?
Sure, yeah, I was going to even get into that at one point, then we got off on something else. But there's no doubt about it that there are certain groups who seek to use whatever the current state of affairs is in order to spin that into a chaos that they can create order out of and then profiteer with it along the way, right? I think they did this at one point to some extent. I won't argue that maybe it's done more with black folks. I don't have the statistics on all that. I'm open to it, but I think this has been done to some extent through history with pretty much every group of people, maybe absent certain ones, right? But Irish and Italian folks come over here.
You won't see that type of music in the Jewish community. You won't see any Jewish artist going to tell me, suck this, I blow this out your. They wouldn't tolerate it, man. They wouldn't. The Jewish community doesn't play that.
Well, this is why, and this is what I'll contend, right? And it's kind of a bit non-bit, what I call a bit non-bit, which is a little bit of truth, a little bit of kind of pushing the limits on the joke. Is the only difference between this idea of black people and black culture and all these other cultures is. They've started religions and whole states and whole corporations to do criminality.
Hey, give me a second, bro. Give me a second, bro.
Simple, right?
Hey, TikTok, I'm about to shut the TikTok down because they flagged me, but I'm gonna pop it right back up so you guys can come right back up. Refresh the
TikTok
account
is
status.
bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. They don't want you to say anything that's truthful. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So again, I think part of living a life just as a person and coming to America or being part of America is going through the hazing process and period. And I think we're actually in a transitional, arena right now or historical period, right? You see the Young Thugs and these other folks, allegedly, I wasn't there, I don't know nothing about it. But according to what other people have said, murder for hire, hits, RICO, gang activity, all this, and then walking away with probation, right? So we know Al Capone Al Capone is supposedly a white boy, right? He's Italian. I don't know what passes for white and what doesn't, because again, the court didn't think he was too white when they put him in jail for 5 years for not paying tax. So, again, every group kind of goes through this where they get marginalized and criminalized, and their culture doesn't help because they literally have a criminalized culture.
Right.
Somehow just becomes how they live, right? It's probably a little bit authentic, and then a little bit of sort of outside influence to fund it, to try to use it for their purposes, right? Because the corporation that calls itself government loves the idea of people being divided and being a potential threat and having a lack of safety, so they can come in and charge you to keep everybody safe, right?
I agree. It's a more means of control. Dorsey.
Yes, brother, sir. I'm right here.
Got anything you want to add, or you just listening?
First of all, I wanted to give the young man his flowers. Look, brother, you was cooking.
No doubt.
As soon as you got in there, I can tell that God gave you a gift. He gave you a gift. Okay. What I wanted to say was, I don't know if you were old enough to remember the Red Onion. Remember the Red Onion?
I'm talking to the. Sound familiar.
I'm talking to you. Oh. No, I'm talking to the host of the show. Because he's from LA.
You say Red Onion, nah.
Okay. Until the crack epidemic came, which to us was in '86. Am I about right?
Yep.
When crack came into your neighborhood, about '86, right?
Yep.
Okay. From that point, man, all we used to do, now this is young black men and young black women. All we used to do was listen to soul music.
Right.
I know you don't even hear that term no more. Soul. No, you don't. And what we used to talk about was love. Love of the person that you want. You see where I'm coming from? It went from love songs.
Remember our music? Our music was loaded with love. I'll give you the sun, the moon, the stars, all of this stuff, man. People don't understand how powerful and influential music is. Not only that, how powerful and influential the mentors who are singing that music are. This is why I've always taken up beef with Beyonce. How can you be married but be promoting to our women to be independent single women? That's how you know she's under the thumb of somebody else. Because if you got married, it was likely because you believe that's what produces the best outcome. So why are you promoting to our younger girls to do the opposite? That's the issue I have with her.
You presume that those folks are not under the thumb of a principality in high places, right?
You know they are.
Love money more than it loves the truth and good faith and honorability, right?
I believe they are under a thumb. The scriptures tell us we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places. And you can see it as they move. You can see it. When Hollywood started falling apart, those stories were so diabolical, people just preferred not to believe what they were hearing. They preferred instead to say, this is conspiracy theory. I don't know. I know you do, Dorsey. But Tevin Campbell came out. He was so hot. That boy was putting out. He was that version of Usher. And we had to wonder, what happened to him? I started doing research. And they said Tevin Campbell's ended up out there on the streets. And I don't mean any disrespect if I'm not 100% accurate, but selling his body and all kinds of things. And then I saw him recently on, I forget what awards it was. If anybody pays attention to Tevin Campbell's, he looks like something happened to him. He looks like a shell of a human being. Literally, that's the best description I can give it. Tevin Campbell now resembles, something happened to him, and then when it unfolded, what they were doing to all of those child actors.
Can I give you the answer to that?
When it unfolded, what they were doing to all of those child TV stars, all of those child stars, that's when my eyes became clear of how that boy went from a shining beacon to a shell of a human being. He doesn't even seem happy and gleeful. He seems like a shell of a human being. Go ahead, Dorsey.
I was going to say, what happened to that boy was Will Smith and Quincy Jones, allegedly. Let me just throw the allegedly out there, okay? But Hollywood has a history of corrupting the youth.
Right.
If you go back, you remember Our Gang, the little, Spanky,
Yeah,
Buckwheat,
yeah.
and all them. If you go back and you check those kids as they grew up to adults, you saw how dysfunctional they was. Some of them committed suicide.
What?
A lot of them became drug addicts.
Crazy.
And if you go and look at, you're going to have to go and do a little, you're going to have to look in the archives a little bit. But if you sat up and saw how they had them kids exposed.
Right.
I'm talking about on some perv type,
Right.
You got a kid in his drawers.
Right.
In his drawers now, and that's supposed to be a promotional.
Right.
That's supposed to be a promotional picture, right? Then you got little Darla. She got her dress all the way up to past her fanny, and you can see her bloomers. I'm being nice about it.
Right. That used to be
She's
my
showing
show,
all
man.
kind of thigh meat.
Little Rascals used to be my show, man. Three Stooges, Little Rascals.
Yeah.
That used to be my show, man.
Yeah, it used to be mine too. We grew up on that.
Yeah, this is that I think we're seeing a light age, dark age cycle.
Yep.
And I think that this is part of expressing that darker aspect of self that winds up taking over. It's like a prison psychology, right? Whether they give you everything or whether you have nothing, you wind up reverting back to that, right? And
Right.
In those arenas, it's about power and control. It's about breaking the other people to get them to submit and serve, right? So I think it's clear, man, when we observe these arenas, doesn't matter if you give somebody everything or take everything away from them. If they don't have that honorability and that connection to God and that faith practice, they will revert back to that Luciferian swing.
I
It
agree
always does the same
1,000%.
activities, right?
I agree 1,000%.
Yeah.
If you don't have
Okay,
here's what has happened. Here's what has happened. We have to be rooted in something. All of us, because we are like a boat without an anchor. If you don't have that anchor, you'll float. That doesn't mean you're a bad boat or anything. You will just float. We must have an anchor of some sorts. What we're seeing right now, with a lot of people participating in various different degrees of evil, when we see what they're participating in, it looks like evil. It resembles evil, and it has a feeling that it will bring upon you if you get too close to it. That's people who have strayed too far away from the code and conduct of God. That's all it is. Because as long as you stay within the confines and walk in that code, listen, I'll go so far as to say this. If you're even attempting to walk inside of the respect for God's laws, you're going to fall short, things like that. But you will be better navigated through this darkness that we walk through than somebody who's not even attempting to practice God's laws and ordinances. And that's what we're seeing. When you have completely let your shield down, you don't read the Bible anymore, you don't worship anymore, all of the fiery darts that come at you throughout your regular days, you will be susceptible to them. They will hit you. Versus if you have the full armor on, not even the full armor, if you still read the scriptures, if you still worship it, now if you still talk to God, then when you get tempted to do something kind of crazy, a scripture might pop up in your head. That's part of your shield. You'll still have a conscience to where doing certain things makes you feel bad. Versus if you look at the scriptures, it talks about how their conscience has become seared like a hot iron. That's when you can do pretty much just anything and you don't feel any guilt about it. You see what I'm saying? That's where a lot of people have went to, and they willingly submitted to it. A lot of people have just let go and willingly submitted to this lewd lifestyle, and it's what we're seeing. I'm going to tell you this. I believe a significant portion, I'll say especially the women in the African American community, are currently Satan worshipers. Now, what I mean when I say Satan worshipers, I mean the scriptures say you shall know a tree by the fruit that it bears. The things that they're participating in, we try to figure it out from a logical perspective, but none of us have ever been able to put our logic down and say, She just went in there and got a manicure and pedicure, jumped up and took off running out of the door without paying. Okay, this one right here, she has 3 children by 3 different men. How is this happening? This one right here, she's on social media talking about ain't nothing wrong with doing this and this and that without a condom. We know that none of that meets the bar of logic. It doesn't make any sense to us. And that's what we've been missing. We're looking at it from a mass equals math perspective. No, this is spiritual wickedness in high places. That's why their men cannot talk to them. We talk to them day in and day out on these platforms, and it's almost like we're talking to vegetables. It's almost like we're talking. If we say something like, listen, it's better if you lock in with a good man. We have women who have 3 children by 3 different men, weigh 280 pounds, saying they won't date a man if he doesn't make $200,000 a year. Now, we know that defies all of the logics that we see in humanity, but for some reason, it's like something is remote controlling them. Something is remote controlling them throughout this. And I believe people have fully succumbed and submitted to the dark side. That's the only thing that meets the bar of logic, and the scriptures tell us about it as well.
Right. Well, this is why, and again, it's not popular. A lot of people don't like me because a lot of people fell for the latest temptation deception. But all we have to do, this used to be fantasy and used to be crazy till you went to people who admitted on record that they created the HIV virus and released it in certain communities. We can get into that, and how those same people 20 years later, over the last 5 years, said, you got to take 5 boosters, especially the African-American community, because we want to keep you safe. You're really susceptible, right? Even though they say these shots are causing autism and all the rest of it. And when we go to the root of what's in there, what do they say that this stuff is made with? Luciferase. Is it always a coincidence every time? They're going to name an initial origination chemical for whatever this became 5 times over with the name of the creature in the substance itself. I know it's crazy. I know it's wacky. It's hard for me to conceive of it, the rational, logical mind to conceive of it. We are in a light-based simulation here, where there is a dualistic dynamic and there is an arena of test and temptation and challenge. Right. And then move forward in faith and grace, right? If God grants us that, right? But it's so clear over and over again.
I agree.
That I think the last count that I looked at when I do my broadcast is about 80% of people at least fell for that, right? So the whole world essentially is in the hands of the dark one. One thing we can say though is I'd say 80-20 is on the good side, right? There in the past, if we went back maybe even a couple hundred years or more, I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than that, if it was a 90-10 split. So hey man, maybe I'm just wanting to be hopeful or be faithful, but I think more and more we're waking up and realizing that a lot of what we see here is not what it seems to be, right? We might just be under a deception and not even know it, right? Mind and heart control works best because you don't know you're under it till you come out of it and can look back at yourself and realize you were there.
Hey man, I appreciate you rocking with us. Tell everybody where they can locate you.
Proper Instruction Motivates People. On YouTube.
Proper Instruction Motivates, but you don't have Instagram.
At Pimp Unslaved. Yeah, it's Paul Unslaved.
Paul Unslaved.
Yeah, we mostly started off with legal, lawful stuff, right? Knowing our rights as Americans, knowing our rights as just men and women, universal law, and being active with that, right? And civilly disobeying, not complying with these folks, going to court, going to jail.
He said not faith. Complying with these folks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, after a certain point, it's like for everybody, color aside, we got to draw a line in the sand and say, you're not going to tell us what to do. We're going to carry a gun. We're not going to wear your mask. We're not going to follow your policies and codes. Policy and code is not law. This is Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence. Most folks don't know this. They call themselves a citizen of a corporation and they follow code. That is not law. Code is given the force of law through the consent of the governed, right? So through our contracts, through our applications, through our benefits and privileges, we give up our natural rights and our protections for privileges, but then we get duties and obligations to the state and the corporation.
No doubt
right?
about
That's why
that.
they treat us like property, So
listen,
look into
brother,
the
I
Moors,
don't know
man. If you want to make it a black thing, power to the people. Look into the Moors. They're doing their thing, man. They're whooping ass. They're going in there. They're taking names. They're getting results at court. They know what the fuck is up, man.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I appreciate you, brother. We'll connect again, man.
All right, Prince. We'll see you later.
All right, take care, man. All right, people, we're about to wrap it up. I appreciate everybody rocking with us, setting it off, helping us meet our show threshold. Shout out to Orlando in this situation for kicking the door down with the... My bro. Shout out to Miss Brandy in this situation supporting the show. My bro Ricky over here supporting the show. Jag Maddie in this piece. Lord Commander. My people, you know what it is. And we're out of here, people. Hey, why everybody always tell me I look like somebody?